combating disinformation and misinformation, which you spoke about, Mr. Curran, again, you gave me the impression that you are absolutely on top of that, and no challenges whatsoever. But misinformation, disinformation is a big thing, particularly in terms of how 2025 has kicked off, just about from every direction. There's been a lot, it's information, and the correct information's been a contested terrain. But what is the capacity of the GCIS for fact-checking? And then lastly, and the Deputy Minister knows me well on this one, I do feel very strongly about Vuza and Zelena. I just want to say that I've never really been convinced about it being converted to fully digital. But one day, Deputy Minister, or maybe even today, I hope you and I can have a coffee and really just talk about this one. I am not convinced that it is the best way to go to have Vuvuzenzele being purely digital. But I'll leave it there for now, and thank you very much, Chair.
Chair, you're not on the speaker.
Am I now? Yeah. Okay. No, I'm saying, before you come in, Honorable Bordlan, the DM and I have been handling. We agree, we disagree, we agree, we disagree. And I think one issue that we've been struggling on is whether the DM should remain in the meeting. I did say to the DM he may be excused after he had opened, with the thinking in my head that this is an oversight visit. We engage the DM all the time in Parliament. And the purpose of oversight is for us to come and see and hear whether what the DM has been telling us when he arrives in Parliament is indeed what happens. I know that we have a temptation to want to always speak to them, the executive, the national executive broadly, which makes the decisions. But I want to say, DM, you are free to leave. I'm not ushering you. You are free to leave because we do want to conduct oversight, but we are not chasing you away. So anytime you make a decision, you may then act on that decision. Honorable Potlani? Yeah.
For our coffee now.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chair, our biggest criticism of the GCIS is that we have always seen it as a government mouthpiece, which lacked balance in terms of how they communicated on the issue of government. That said, Chair, I think the arrival of the new dispensation, GNU, and I'm scared to say GNU with the two members that are in front of me, but it is what it is, Chairperson. That said, Chair, I think this then... I appreciate that. Hands off, hands off. So, Chair, I think this presents an opportunity for the GCIS to really prove itself, to say they are able to really communicate on behalf of government, irrespective of which political party sits at the head of whatever particular department. So perhaps we can have a different lens that we view the GCIS going forward. But also, the issue that the GCIS has been raising over the engagements that we have had with them is that there is no obligation on the part of the departments to really utilize GCIS because nothing legislates that. I don't know how we can fill that gap, because while there is nothing that compels the departments to use GCIS, things fall through the cracks. The uniformity of government communication lags behind. So I don't know what plans they have, concrete plans to just solidify those working relationships and maybe this leads to my first question to say, how do you then incentivize government communicators as GCIS that they feel that if I am doing this and not using GCIS, then I am losing on something? Is there more that can be done to just provide an incentive? And I like what Michael said, to say 1994, we were really concerned with establishing institutions. And we did really well as a country. I mean, we've got Chapter 9 institutions, we've got independent courts, we've got parliament as we sit here. But my thing is that we really need to snap out of it and start being futuristic. A lot of developmental programs, a lot of developmental achievements have passed us as a country because we really basked in the glory of, oh, we had a good transition post 1994, and we hence every point and that we speak to is an issue of the legislation is outdated. So I really appreciated that sentiment to say GCIS acknowledges that we established institutions, but we snap out of it and we move on and we then talk about the future. And GCIS is the great vehicle to then talk to government, to speak on behalf of government, to say, what does the future look like? Can we not just focus on what we are communicating at this point? Can we ensure that GCIS is future-proof? That we move along with the technology that will ensure that we reach more people, more people in South Africa. We are operating in the digital era, after all. My biggest takeaway from the presentation, Michael, is how GCIS is deliberate about supporting local municipalities. I hope this will reach every corner, especially in the rural communities, so that we leave no one behind, so that even the people in the most rural parts of our communities are able to say they have seen and perhaps touched, as Chairperson says, it's intangible. Perhaps they can say they can feel and touch the work of the GCIS. Then I think that's what success looks like for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Elisha.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think the first thing I'm interested in, Chair, is to maybe ask this question. How is it that there is still no legislation empowering GCIS to coordinate government communication? And the thing is that we know, or they know, what the problem is, but administrations come and go, and there is still no legislation empowering GCIS to coordinate government communication. And as a new member in this committee, I think this is my welcoming. Like, everywhere you've taken me, Chair, there is, like, when we went to SABC, there's a loophole there and there, you know, there's something that needs to be done. And these are the people that come in contact with lawmakers, but things are not fixed. It doesn't make sense to me that you come in contact, you sit in front of lawmakers on a regular, but there's still no legislations to assist, you know, government to move forward and improve services to our people. And I find it disturbing, because a lot of people in charge, then you find out that they are easy to throw hands in the air to say, my hands are tied. And like, what do you mean? You are authority. It shouldn't be like that. I don't know if it's a lack of political will, but it's something very concerning for me that, you know, years can go by and you still complain about the same thing, especially when you've figured out, you know, what the problem is and what the solution is. It would make sense to me if we didn't know what the problem is and how to resolve it, but we do know. You know, even with the SABC, we do know what the problem is. And with even GCIS, we do know what, you know, the solution is. So I just wanted to raise that, Chair. But also, there are issues that arise that mostly taint the image of our country, right? And I want to ask what GCIS did, for instance, when AfriForum gave a bad, negative impression about our country, right? They were spreading fake news based on an expropriation act, by government. What is it that they did to make sure that, they communicate exactly what that means? Because you had AfriForum that was saying that there's genocide in South Africa, they're not protected, farmers are being killed, and you've got a government that is really not communicating. You get news from other media outlets that have got their own mandate, right? So what is it that GCIS did when the world was looking at us as a country that is killing white people? What did GCIS do when one of our own was being bullied and even declared as an international criminal? What did we do? We can say it's an individual, but that speaks to the people of our country. What did we do to say, and this was also in relation with the call for land expropriation without compensation. What is it that GCIS did? And I also want to find out what they did, because you had like lawmakers in South Africa who voted for the embassy of Israel to be suspended, right? And then we cut ties with them. And you've got people who don't understand, where government stands with this. But, there was something that happened. There's a mandate for government to communicate this to our people, but do they really know where we stand? So I need to understand, when GCIS present to us and they're saying, this is the work that we're doing, and these are the people that we're reaching, what kind of information, how do you then decide which information goes to our people? And make sure that, who decides, what information is consumed by our people. But maybe moving from that, Chairperson, I just want to find out the role that the GCIS is playing in assisting the black-owned media sales agencies, to grow. Is there anything that they're doing? Do they have a plan for them? Is it something that they do? And maybe now we're living in the world of content creators. What is GCIS doing to develop the youth creatives? Are they using them in their campaigns? Do they have a plan for them? Because that's the route that is being taken now, and also with the unemployment, that is in crisis in our country. Do they have a plan for that? And maybe the last one, Chairperson, I want to maybe find out if, their distribution plan. I see they've got publications here that they've given us. What is their distribution plan, and how are they making sure that their publications are reaching, the targeted audience? And maybe if they can share with us maybe the readership, and I'm saying readership because I see these publications in front of us. One of them is, they have mentioned where they distributing it, but if they can share the distribution plan and maybe the readership, and if they maybe have a guarantee that they're reaching the audience that they are targeting. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Shongwe. Thank you, Honorable Alicia.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my processing has just went away, just left me much because of my colleague here who invited the politician in me. I feel like being a Mkonto person right now.
Not today.
Thank you, Mr. Karen. The presentation was very, very beautiful. It tells me that you don't even need budget, you've got money, because it didn't speak about anything about budget. It tells me exactly if I go to a township today and ask a little boy or anybody in any township and ask, what is GCIS? that person will be able to tell me what the GCIS is this and this and this is what it does. I also appreciate the fact that you spoke more of the rural areas that you are reaching there and trying to bridge the gap between GCIS and the community. But my question is, how much of that are you using Abantu, the community media broadcasters? And what have you done with them that is tangible, that we can speak about today? I've asked this question so many times, but I don't get an answer. I don't know why. I appreciate coming into this building, and it looks so beautiful, clean. It invites me, actually. I would love all government buildings to look like this, but unfortunately, it is what it is. It begs a question for me, Chair, ukuthi GCIS, MDDA, and Brand SA, who are they servicing? Is it a matter of low LSM or high LSM? Where are they? Because you go everywhere, especially in the rural and community and Makasi, you don't know what is this, what are we talking about? How are you guys reaching those people? And you know that we can't all be on digital platforms. There should be a way of getting to those people who are not that much digital. I see all the newspapers here, the Chivenda and the Sitonga newspapers. The printing, what is the cost and where are they delivered? It's my first time seeing this Chavela. Where are they? I would like to know about that, Chair. As I also move with Honorable Vilagazi, but I honestly want to be a politician today. Let me leave it here. Thank you.
Honorable Strong, we're not gagging you. Next thing, you were going to go back to Cape Town, and you said, yeah, in front of those people of GCIS, you wouldn't allow me to speak. Honorable Makubana.
Thank you so much. Am I on? Thank you so much, Chairperson. And let me join my colleagues to thank you for the presentation, which was very comprehensive and really detailed to understand what GCIS does. I think the question that the chairperson asked when she, before she gave us the opportunity to respond, what success looks like, and I think my colleague spoke to that. It's a very important question that I think needs to be answered. I had thought you did answer it in your presentation, and I would like you to elaborate on that, because you said, and I'm not going to quote, I'm paraphrasing. You said the end game for the GCIS is a better South Africa. And I interpreted that to say it's a better brand South Africa. And I would have thought that is part of your response, to say out of everything that you are doing, the intangible activities and the tangible ones, everybody out there trying to communicate, at the end of the day, we want to build this goodwill brand called South Africa. And that, of course, you spoke about how you do it, the frequency, continuous communication, and this brings me to this, that the center should hold. And for me, that struck me, the center should hold. And my question to you, as a measure of your success, do you think the center is holding? Brand South Africa as we speak today, is it holding? Do people perceive us as the country that we want to be? Or is there work that needs to be done through GIS? And what do you think that work is? It may not be directly your responsibility, but what is your role in improving that? I'll just join my colleagues. They've said it. Where do we find you? I'm not going to repeat that. But let me give 3 examples of why I want to emphasize on that and implore you to look at more ways to become more visible and relevant to the ordinary person. When I came here, and the DM is not here, I'm very embarrassed to say I did not recognize him. I had to ask him, who are you, when he came to greet me. And I'm in the portfolio, I'm in government. So imagine others. I know of the name, but I just didn't recognize him. So you spoke about training for councillors and all of that. I was a speaker at the city of Joburg. He was my councillor. He'll tell you as well, he's never been trained by GCIS. I don't know about that. Perhaps it's happening somewhere else. Let's expand on it because I think it's a good idea. And the question comes, do you also train ministers, deputy ministers, or it's just councillors? And what is your role in them improving Brand South Africa communication, in advising sometimes how they communicate? We do have those that come across very arrogant and non-approachable. And is it your role to give that advice because you are responsible for government communication, or you just give content? Because I think the Brand South Africa is holistic. It's the attitude, it's how we portray ourselves, the image that we give out there, both internally and externally. Again, in terms of communication, another example that I will give, just last Sunday, we were busy with our constituency, and one of the things that we're communicating was the deadline for the spaza shop registration. The people do not know. They were shocked that this thing was supposed to close 28th of February. And it was because we've got a member who sits in the portfolio committee that we could have that information. How far, how wide do you really take your communication? Because the ordinary man out there misses opportunities. And some of these people, this is their livelihood, means to be economically active and SMME, etc., etc. Now, Chair also said there's a lot going on inside the GCIS, which I agree, and it's great. We like to see it. It's just a filtering, so I'm not going to repeat that. Now, I'm going to write on the question that my colleague, Honorable from EFF asked. I forget the name. I didn't mean to refer to you with the part. But she asked an important question around AfriForum and a member of the public who was also considered a terrorist or national threat, whatever they labeled him. You talk about how you deal with crisis communication. What do you consider to be a crisis communication, or a crisis that needs elevation in terms of your frequency, your volume of what you communicate, how to communicate? And it brings me to your mandate. I'm not sure if it's expansive enough, because you say your mandate number 2 is to provide information to citizens to improve their lives. Sometimes we don't need information to improve our lives. Sometimes the information that must come is for us to protect, is for us to brace for something is coming. It may not be an improvement. Do you think this serves or limits you, this mandate? Because there's a lot that is happening now that is a threat that requires a different action from the public and from, in fact, even our stakeholders out there, which may not lend itself to improving lives. I want to know, how do you leverage on the state organs to enhance the early detection and rapid response? Like you've got intelligence in the presidency that should be able to tell you of events, possibly events before they happen. They may not, but it can warn us on what is coming, so that you are more proactive in your communication. From what I pick up from your presentation, of course, you'll detect it early, but it's still a reactive communication. You are picking up a story, and sometimes you're trying to clean up the narrative or communicate it better or just inform the public, whatever the case may be. But do you use those organs like intelligence? I'll give you an example. Again, when I was in the city of Joburg, we learned about the burning buildings from international media because they were first on the scenes, they first detected it, went haywire on social media. zamazamas everywhere. We always learn about the crisis of zamazamas through social media. The crisis of children that die when they eat food in the spaza shops. We always pick up this, from the ground. So how can you leverage, if you are not at the moment? If you are, you let us know. But how can we better utilize intelligence and other state organs to proactively detect things that we can then manage the narrative as government? And I'm almost drawing to a close. We've had some very good PR, successes in the PR in government, like COVID. I think you speak about it as well. You did very well. But we've also had blunders in the PR nationally. And I would like to know, in terms of those times when there were blunders, can you give us an example of that? And what measures have you put in place? We have what we believe maybe could be blunder, like the AfriForum thing, that we feel there's no adequate and consistent and deliberate communication to counter it. May be happening, it's not filtering. But where do you think this was a blunder, and this is what we have done, and this is how we handle those kind of situations that do not go very well? Because your presentation was very positive. We're also trying to see where are the areas of improvement, what are your challenges, which did not come through. My final question, and you also made a statement where you said you pray and spray versus spray and pray. I like that. So I want to dig deeper into that statement. Do you find that you, in your praying before you spray, you are censored or monitored in what you can communicate regarding government? Of course, you already know that I'm not part of the government of national unity, but sometimes we find that there is a lot of cover-ups. Things are not communicated as raw as they should be. In you praying, do you find that you have to be measured in what you give out to the public? Are you under pressure for that? Because we want to release you from that pressure today, if you are. In your prayer, let us know what happens while you are praying before you spray. Because we like the spray, because social media just prays, they don't pray. So let us know if there's any undue pressure that you find yourself in praying. You said, finally, I'm going to be paying 100 rands. This is finally, Chairperson, I promise. One of the things in your mandate as well, which struck me, you shape the mood, the national mood. That's what you're saying, which is a very, very powerful statement. Can you tell us, in your view, as we sit today or in this time, what is the national mood? And how are you shaping it so that we understand in your role of trying to figure out what is bubbling, what concerns us? How do you detect that mood? How do you shape it? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makubela. Honorable Souls.
Well, thank you, Chair. I would suppose praying is to relieve pressure. I doubt the GNU is putting them under pressure to cover up. Honorable Chairperson, thank you so much. I want to do three things. I want to share a personal story around my engagement on community media level. Then I want to just provide a little input on what I think the three questions should be when measuring success of the GCIS, and then I'll ask my two questions. So perhaps it might not look like it, but I come from a very wonderful community called El Dorado Park. Don't worry, your cars are still safe. It's And in El Dorado Park, there's a community radio station called Eldos FM. Eldos FM. Eldos FM was started by a very resilient colored Busman African woman, L'Oreal Ferris, together with Malcolm Bass and others. And when they started it on paint blikker and crates, you know those things you get at the taverns after, with just a few mics. That's how they started in our community. And when things got a bit tough, the others left, and like the nature of woman, the strong one survived. The woman remained, L'Oreal Ferris. And she gave me an opportunity. So she's my mentor in radio. And she gave me an opportunity back in the day to become a radio DJ. And I also was the station manager for Eldos FM. Chair, you must protect me and my colleagues. I also became the station manager for Eldos FM. So I have first-hand experience with GCIS. And then, of course, I'm here now. I left. But I got an opportunity there. And I got an opportunity. It's even job creation for people like us, and an exposure to different kind of platforms rather than just what Eldos is known for. But it is these kind of platforms that has given us an opportunity to say, you can do something else. Instead of just, taking somebody's golf stick. So L'Oreal Ferris is still there today because of her commitment to community media, to getting information to our community. Herself, together with the team, they've built Eldos FM from using paint blikker. You can go there now. There is state-of-the-art equipment and infrastructure that can compete with the commercial radio stations. So these are now, the infrastructure is there, but they are experiencing little support from government. But I must celebrate the MDDA because they have, even in my time, there's been good support from the MDDA. But there should be more support for community media. And that should be looked at as entry-level job creation for normal community members. We should take that extremely seriously. And then I want to now speak on the 3 questions I think should be asked when measuring success of GCIS. Number 1, I think the question should be, does MPs like us, government officials, is GCIS the first source or point of contact that we go to verify information of government? If the answer is no, it doesn't matter how good our buildings look, how nice our toilet smells. We are not succeeding. 2, we should be asking, who drives the narrative nationally? And communication is about addressing perceptions too. And if the national perception is incorrect around government, then we, GCIS should be asking, if you are not the front drivers of the national narrative, especially when it comes to government, we are not successful. And I think lastly, what is our support of community media? Because the truth of the matter is, that's really where you want to get the information to. Again, Eldos FM. Eldos FM reaches 153,000 listeners per week. On Facebook, I saw the GCIS Facebook reach on the presentation, just the GCIS, not the other pages that you manage. But the GCIS Facebook page has 14,000 followers. Aldos FM on Facebook has 60,000 followers. Why am I saying that? And I'm sure that there are many other community media platforms that has this great reach too. So the potential on that level is huge. And what we need to do is to maximize through greater support for community radio stations and community print media. Now for my two questions. Number one, why is there not aggressive and decisive enforcement of the 30% ad spend requirement? Because when there is aggressive enforcement of that, community media will become stronger and we will have better communication on ground level, not to mention the job creation potential. Lastly, in the past, there used to be RFQs from community media for every SONA and every budget speech. That has stopped for community media. Why? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Souls. Okay, Honorable Subrathi. Oh, yes. Nkangela wena job. Can we welcome Honorable Sithole, who has just joined us? I'm not sure, Honorable Sithole, if you would have heard much, but you know the GCIS. I'm just checking if there's any issues you want to raise.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and greeting to you and honorable members and officials from different departments and different entities. Now, Honorable Chairperson, I think only mine is that I'm not happy about the work of GCIS, because there's a lot of publication that they're supposed to do, and the failure of them for not actually reviving the Vukuzenzele, because Vukuzenzele was part of government information center. So now, if that one can be ratified, Honorable Chairperson. And other Honorable Chairperson, we have the agreement that was done between the GNU structures, but that one was never communicated to communities at large. So now I'm trying to check, because there's a lot of things that the information that the public are receiving, which are not informed information. If that one can be fixed, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Stoli. Honorable Subrathi.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings once again to everybody. Chairperson, I had time to reflect on the question that you asked earlier, and that was, what will success look like for GCIS? Chairperson, of the 60 plus million South Africans, a question that came to my mind. We're dealing with the government communication information system. The question that I asked, if a citizen of this country wants to know something, wants to find out something, wants to connect with this government, who do they turn to? Which is that portal, that sacred body that is connectable, that is friendly, that they can relate to? I think one might say, no, go to the presidency. That's quite overwhelming. go to the Department of Finance. It's quite overwhelming. I think the government communication information system, firstly, is a very long word. If I were to rebrand it, I would call it the government Kuluma department. I think the GCIS is a very complicated word. I think even honorable new MPs will have to get used to it. So the thing I am saying, Honorable Chair, firstly, is GCIS a two-way communication system between government and the people? Or is it just a top-down? No, we send that information, we put a tick box until the portfolio committee comes and raps us on the wrist and say, but why didn't you tell them about Post Bank, black cards? No, we'll do it. No, it has to be a two-way communication system. Of go somewhere out there or somewhere, whoever they may be. A communication system is something that is alive. It should be something that's present. It should be something that's in people's faces. It can't be if you want to find out something, you go to www.gov.za. Social media has redefined access to information. Many people get updated in political updates through just merely the social media of TikTok. So I am saying my first contribution is, what would success look like? Success for me, for GCIS, would look like if every South African knows that I must go to that department and I will be heard, I will find what I want, and if I want to escalate a concern, they will have the information system to receive my input and then direct it to the correct department. I think for me, that's when GCIS will truly be fulfilling this mandate of sharing, of informing, and being informed. Chairperson, before I forget, I was informed that we have lots of important personalities over here, people who are what I would like to call the engine room of GCIS, people in the media space. It's through you, Chairperson. My wish is, maybe this is one of my such requests also, my wish is to really hear them respond as well about what do they think, what are they doing in GCIS, where have we gone wrong? Because in my introductory comments, I asked two probing questions. Are we sufficiently informing all South Africans? And are we sufficiently communicating between departments? Chairperson, the next aspect I want to question and talk about is the machinery of communication. In the media space, one of the greatest challenges is having good content. So one is to have good content, but once you have the good content, what is the machinery that we are using? From what we understand, there's the internet, we understand there's the community radio, community media. How strong are we in the social media space? That which we all know that we are a fairly young country that's very comforting. I think the average age is under 27 years. And most of our young people are on social media platforms. Now, do we have a focused department that talks to social media, that's reaching out to the people? So how strong is the machinery that we use to communicate this information we wish to share? Chairperson, I also asked the question in my introductory comments of intergovernmental communications. Now, there's been a few contemporary issues and current issues that's come up. So my question is, does the media department of GCIS, or GCIS, which is the media department, does it, for example, talk to the media department in the Department of Finance, or the Department of Basic Education, or the Department of Social Development? Why have I picked on these departments? For example, there's an important narrative that our South Africa needed to be informed when the budget date was postponed. And there was a false narrative that was coming up. It was being politicized. But really the postponement was a sign of a working government that wants to collaborate, that wants to find common ground for the interests of South Africans. That is a correct narrative. Now, did GCIS work with the Department of Finance and come up with this narrative of, firstly, did they speak? Is that conversation taking place? And if they did, are they communicating it to people, to South Africans? Are you social development because of the SASSA cards? Did that communication take place between the two media departments, if there is a media department in social development, and then the GCI says, okay guys, this is what we need to do, this is how we can enhance you, we can supplement you or complement you. I still feel there is a lack. For example, spaza shops. To credit to GCIS, I am on the WhatsApp channel and I've seen it coming there almost every day. There is a GCIS reminder. But there's 1.6 million people on the WhatsApp channel. What about other social media platforms? And of course, Chairperson, we've been really challenged in terms of TV licenses. SABC TV licenses, a national state asset where we are not getting our licenses. GCIS could play a critical role in terms of informing the value South Africans get, the importance of being able to pay, I think 260 rands or so for license, the value they get in terms of SABC. But if that communication, again, in my introductory comments, I spoke about intergovernmental departmental communications. If that communication is not taking place, then I don't think we're going to be we're not going to be playing for the same team, Jefferson. And hence I alluded to inefficiencies, increased costs. These things arise, and I mentioned, due to the lack of interoperability and intercommunications. So, Chairperson, in summary, I still go back to what I mentioned at the outset. I am not convinced that all South Africans are able to connect and identify with GCIS. We need to revisit that. And I'm not convinced that there is interoperability and sufficient intergovernmental communications. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Subrathi. I'm sure when you opened the meeting, you did probably apologize that we started a bit late, so we're going to have to try and catch up on time. I've just made a request that the presentation on the 30% compliance on government spend, together with the next one on the sustainability of community media, we just club those together to save time. You know, when we're asking for a presentation on the government communication and information system, the first question perhaps we should have asked is, what is the government communication and information system? Do we share a common understanding about it, one? And is it appropriate, relevant, and fit for purpose as it is? Because the presentation speaks to the fora, it speaks to the coordination at the three spheres of government, and how Michael and his team really try to pull this system together. Is it effective? Is it what's needed? Where's David, by the way? Hello, David. You've got a beard. Okay. So is the government communication and information system as it is right now effective and fit for purpose? I'm asking this because members have been reflecting on what they think success looks like. And I think Honorable Subrathi comes also closer to what I would, envision it to be. I want to say South Africans feel hopeless. There is so much hopelessness in the country that when we think about our government communication system, it has to be, as you say there, empowering South Africans through communication excellence. For me, everything else is peripheral. If a South African, like Honorable Subrathi was saying, doesn't know where to go to solve their problems. And what I mean by that is, everywhere, within easy reach, there must be a point of presence where they can get information about anything. I don't know, colleagues, and I'm sure you know. Do you know when you wake up and you have a problem, you think, must I go to social development? Must I go to the municipality? What must I do? When you need a job, I do not believe the fallacy that there are no jobs in this country. You just don't know where to start. So you think, then you're lucky that this person knows this person, then they can tell you this, and you don't know what to do. You have a business, right? At least I'm quite sure many people know how to start a business, but do they know how to get business? Do they know how to get business? Then even then, that becomes a thing of, you know this person or you know this person, and that's what. So all of this contributes to hopelessness. And I want you to think about, Michael, that if, Babu Stole likes Vukuzenzele, Honorable Subrati likes social media, you will never hear them not raising those things, right? Me, you'll always hear me raising 2 song centers or a version of. And whether it's a physical presence, it's a digital presence, like Honorable Subrati is saying, if I knew that to get anything from my government, because remember, all these things about departments and bureaucracy and red tape, those are of your making. South Africans just need to deal with one government. And for me, your system then, what a government communication system is the fact that they are an entry point to you, you know what to do with it, and it filters down not just to the local municipality, to the ward, guys. You are constantly sending out messages, and I wonder, do you ask yourself, how is this helping to empower, the South African through communication? Because when anything happens, and I did speak about that issue of the relationship between yourselves and Parliament. Now, when anything happens, you should have a way where, even at PCO level, right, you can send information right down to the last person, and they have a feedback mechanism. And I know it can be done, because through the advent of technology, there's absolutely no reason why we shouldn't be reaching just about everybody. And you should know that if you need to communicate something that relates to the schools, if I ask you now, Mr. Nen, do you have a database of all school governing bodies? And do they know how to communicate anything back to yourselves? And obviously they will also go through the department. I'm not saying that you bypass the departments, ne? But a quick, effective method of communication to the people who need it most, and how they then get that information. And for me then, it means that vision of success is that people will have opportunities. People will truly begin to change their behaviors because they know what to do. They know what to do. My second point really is a quick one, and it's about, I wonder, some communicators go for a week without having spoken to a journalist, including your MLOs. We can do a spot check here and ask the members if they know who the media liaison for the Department of Agriculture is, or the Department of Higher Education is, or the Department of Human Settlements. They don't know. So what are they doing? Maybe, Michael, you know, right? What are they doing? Because if a day goes past and you are not speaking to the media and you're a communicator, what are you doing? Besides APP and performance management, what are you doing, right? And I'm asking this because there's also a disjuncture between always wanting to be in the media and be famous and just doing your work. Because if you do your work of communicating, then people will know. I haven't even spoken to the presentation, and maybe I won't because I don't want to take time, except to say, colleagues, when you train the executive and everybody else, I hope you tell them that this thing is not about competition. It's not about competition, and it's something that we tried to also
drill into the Deputy Minister in our last meeting. I don't know why DDG Nomonde is not even almost on a daily basis addressing the country on the other issue now. I get it, you've got your empowering South Africans. Then you have the whole shaping of the national mood, giving clarity. Addressing South Africans on anything that happens and tells us why it's happening and what our view is. I know the president's spokesperson tries to do that, but he's constrained because he can only speak on the president's diary and issues that are coming up there. Why the DM is not communicating? Why the DGs? You tried in the presentation to put them in some corner, technical expertise, the DDGs and what. They are the people with the information. And I'm hoping that these are some of the problems that you are going to look at. South Africans really don't care about palace politics. You know, the things that we keep trying to explain. Whether you call it battle of ideas, they don't care. They just want information that makes their lives better. Everything else is conversation amongst the chattering classes. They are not interested. And I think if we were to be able to get that right, maybe we would come here, Michael, look at your presentation, and then instead of saying you are masking difficulties, right? We would really applaud the work of the GCIS. I don't think we are there right now. We are bonake. You are like this. You've had a brainwave, Honorable Souls. Okay, Chair. Proceed.
Chair, sorry, I'm so sorry. I've just forgot one question. On the presentation, there was a point around the exploring of digital paid ads at a budget of 30,000 Rand. They're going to increase that to 3 million. I've given a number of 60,000 followers on one community radio station Facebook platform, so the potential is great. I just want to know, as part of that plan, do they seek to include advertising on community radio station Facebook platforms as well as part of that plan? Thank you.
Okay. All right. And Honorable Bodlani, I heard her saying that, yeah, you let him. You have been let for the last time. They shall never be letting again. Okay, can I ask then how we direct this conversation? Can we park all the community media questions, which you've noted, and we'll take them after the presentation on community media? I think let's deal with the GCIS specific comments, questions, then we'll go into the second presentation. I'm not looking here, I'm looking on the floor. If there's anybody who wants to take the first bite. Thank you, Baba. At the back, do we have roving mics there? Thank you.
Thank you to the chairperson and members of the portfolio committee, ladies and gentlemen. Mine is more on the communication training of communicators and...
Hey, can you introduce yourself, please?
Oh,
sir?
sorry for
Thank
the chairperson. I'm Tisetso Ramotse, Acting Chief Director for Communication Cluster System. My responsibility also includes capacity building of our political principals as well as government communicators. That also includes all other executives in government. One of the things that we have done in as far as training is concerned is that we normally before the elections, we plan for capacity building for induction of the principals after the elections. We do that for local government elections as well as for national elections. Then we write letters to together with SALGA, we prepare for local government. And after the elections, we start the training of principals, mayors in different institutions. But our training is more like we get responses from metros, from municipalities, when we write to them to say, we want to come and do training. Just before the national elections, we wrote to the presidency, we wrote to the premier's offices, DG's offices in the provinces to saying, after the elections, one of the things we're coming to do is induction of the principals. And we got responses from different provinces, and we went to those provinces that responded. We trained the premiers, the MECs, and that is the work we did. So all I can say is that yes, we are available for capacity building of the principals. We are available for capacity building of the communicators. We are doing that, like Mr. Karen said, with SALGA, and we're also doing that with the National School of Government, because together with them we put together a course on government communication training. So that is what some of the things that you are doing in as far as training is concerned. I like what you said, that it is not about competition, Chairperson. So going forward, we learned a lot from the questions that you asked. And going forward, we will close the gaps which we picked up from our own operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Baptisetso. Another hand. I see David, lady next to you. I see number 3 here. The gentleman with the beard. Thank you, David.
Thanks. Good afternoon, honourable members, and thank you, honourable members, for your question around the AfriForum matter. I'm David Jacobs. I'm the Chief Director responsible for 2 clusters, economic and international, and also newly
Sorry,
established...
David, please won't you stand for our cameras, please? Thank you.
And also recently responsible for stakeholder management and special projects. So I want to answer the question, what did GCIS do on the AfriForum matter? Firstly, government through the rapid response system received an early warning, which we acted on. There's a need for good coordination between all the role players, DOCO, GCIS, Brand South Africa, and the presidency. We needed to bring them together with other departments on board, and we coordinated a strategizing session. And then obviously we will take our cue from the presidents, who's the chief communicator, as well as Ambassador Rasul in the US. You'll know that South Africa conducts its international relations through multilateral forums or through diplomatic channels. And then the contention of this issue is the Expropriation Act. There's misinterpretation and misinformation. So immediately we set out to develop a set of key messages, and we amplified them on our products and platforms. The messages were around asserting the constitutional role of law, the Constitution, the rule of law, and sovereignty of our country, the importance of redressing historical injustices, and the need for equitable ownership of land. We unpacked and dispelled misperceptions on the Expropriation Act, and you will know that the Act existed already from, I think it was 1975, and we explained the differences between that Act and the new legislation and the improvements that were made. Infographics were developed in this regard and shared on social media platforms. Brand South Africa also developed a fact sheet, and we had a social media drive. We also did not distract this from the government programs that were underway, especially the State of the Nation address by our president, and unpacking the State of the Nation address, the debates in parliament, etc. We also had our Director General on various interviews, intensively on media, internationally and local media. Opinion pieces were placed, and third-party voices also helped with our communication. We also had SA News articles, which were sent to 3,000 to 4,000 media houses worldwide, and our role was to ensure repetition of messages and for retention. Did we do enough? There's always room for improvement, and we're still on this communication drive. And if there's, and we're open to advice or any suggestions as how we can improve this communication going forward. Thank you.
Good day, honorable members. Thank you, Chairperson. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mwepeng Swani. I'm responsible for the GCIS provincial and district offices. Just to respond to the question by Honorable Vilagazi on what triggers the communication interventions that we undertake at any given time at either district or local spaces, we normally do what we call environment scanning. So our provincial offices as well as district offices undertake this scanning. However, we also capitalize on the monthly district communication forum. In instances where there's outbreaks, like for instance, the past 2 weeks, KZN had an issue with foot and mouth disease. We coordinated an issue-based meeting, and we agreed on the interventions. And you'll notice that we there and then, recommended to the MEC to do some media briefing and to also come up with leaflets, wherein we disseminated some of these leaflets, be it how to undertake your hygiene and mechanisms to mitigate against these things. So basically, we insist on district communication meetings on a monthly basis because we realize that GCIS alone cannot handle some of the communication issues at any given time in local spaces. So we do that, and on a quarterly basis, our GCIS colleagues at district level review the environment assessment reports. So we expect them to undertake, some work in terms of what has changed in terms of their district and see how best they can come up with communication interventions responding to that. In terms of the aftercare strategy, honorable members, I do agree that there's room for improvement, but I would like to cite instances where we went back to give feedback in terms of some of the issues that either emanated from a mayoral imbizo or a provincial outreach program. I'll cite an instance. We all know that the presidential imbizo kickstarted in the Northwest. Then the common thread in terms of the issues that emanated from there was the nature of roads, the roads infrastructure. And then post the visit, we then, we applauded the provincial core team and the DCF. We imposed on them to make sure that they have regular campaigns in terms of displaying a government that is responding to some of the issues that emanated from the imbizo. Currently, as we speak, the mayor is running a Rata Mahiken campaign, and we are fully there because they are trying to respond to some of the issues, especially the conditions of the road. So basically, that's what we are trying to do in terms of our aftercare strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Osmoen. In front of you, Menier, who was not noted. Thank you.
Good afternoon to honorable members, members in the session today, and to the members of the public. My name is Ntombi Nala. I'm the Acting Chief Director in Research, Analysis and Knowledge Services. I'm responding on the question of the mood. What is the mood of the nation currently? The mood has slightly improved in the latest data that we have fielded around December. But although it's still of a low base, we are at 33% of South Africans being positive about where things are going in the country currently. We use the indicator of the direction of the country to measure the mood of the nation. And this is also concurred by an independent study, Ipsos study. I don't know if honorable members are also aware of it, because we are aligned. They are at 30% of South Africans being positive about the direction of the country. But there are two prerequisites that are required to shape the mood of the nation. Is consistent, factual, and enabling or empowering communication content to our citizens. And second to that, it's coupled with service delivery or delivery of programs that are being communicated. So communication on its own, I think it's also one of our challenges in our communication system, because our communicators in service delivery departments are somehow not really consistent in communicating the programs and the interventions those departments are rendering on a continuous and consistent basis. And also the platforms sometimes that they use are not as really effective to reach the beneficiaries of those programs. So it's something that we need to improve on. And if we improve on that and people feel the change and can access those programs that improve their lives, that's when people will change and the mood of the nation will improve even further. And I think what caused the change currently is also the implementation of programs that we have put in place. For example, load shedding was a pain for all South Africans, and it seriously impacted the quality of life of most South Africans. But as we consistently communicated and we were seen as government to do something about it and to also be sincere about the pain and the challenges of South Africans and delivering on that, we saw the shift. So it's about being effective in service delivery, but also effective in our communication manner. Thank you.
Let me take the brainwave. Those will be the last two hands. I see Nelly is thinking whether she's going to put her hand up. We'll give her an opportunity because we also want to know whether that ESCOM's push app that empowered many of us was yours. Because if it's not yours, it makes the point that we're saying. ESCOM's push tells us when load shedding is going to happen. Yes, the minister can stand here and tell us the reasons, but for us to know what is important, it's ESCOM's push. Chief, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Tumelo Komapi, also known as TK for our colleagues in the city of Joburg, such as the former speaker. So I was responsible for digital in the city of Joburg. I am doing the same here at the GCIS, although I just started in November. Shall be responding.
Wait. Are you the TK of the tweets? Yeah. Yeah, I think we owe this man a round of applause. Lovely to meet you, TK.
All right, so I'm told we can't do what we used to do here at the GCIS. We'll get fired. So we're still taking it easy on GovZA in terms of how we approach our messaging. I'm also told I must wait for my, what do you call it? Probation before I can stretch it and all of that. So I'm treading very carefully. All right, so I'm answering the question on content creators, as well as the one on what does success look like. I think whatever is talking about the future will touch on digital. And then is GCIS a one-way system? Then the last one is the paid ads and the influencers. All right, let me start with the difficult one. What does success look like for digital in the near future? Well, I've started recently. My view is that automation and digital transformation, those should be the key words that everyone within the comm space get familiar with. Basically, what we need to be doing is to have a one unified omni-channel system. Omni-channel meaning multi-platform. We're already piloting that technology here at the GCIS, which will automate all digital platforms, whether social media, WhatsApp, or even a call center platform. The technology will be able to track and trace all the comments that are coming through those platforms. It will give each comment a ticket number. It will store the information, and using smart technologies and AI will be able to route the comments to the database of individuals on the system across departments, across the whole of government, so that we have one technology streamlining all our messaging and rerouting it, and also measuring how long we take, each individual takes. So it will be TK on the system, who specializes in responding to potholes, and Zanele, who specializes in responding to electricity, and Kuzela, who responds to issues of water. And it will know from the keyword of from the public comment that the keyword has the word pothole in it, and it will find that person on the system who deals with that. And if there are 5 people who deals with pothole, through a round robin, it will then allocate each of them 2, so that nobody works harder than the other. Everybody works and you know, works equally in terms of effort. It's a cost-effective technology. It's a low-code platform, no code, meaning that we do not need services of an IT specialist to implement it. Us as communicators at the GCIS, we will implement it and even roll it out throughout the whole of government, meaning that it will be at no cost to GCIS from a rollout perspective, except the licensing services. 2, we are implementing a WhatsApp chatbot. It will be, we are already piloting this. It is intelligent enough to be fed, to be able to respond to every comment that comes to it. We will feed it with all the typical FAQs across departments, whether it's Home Affairs or whatever it is. So anything that you are asking it over a 24/7 period, this smart WhatsApp chatbot will respond to it. This means that will take off the workload from the human resources that need to respond, etc., etc. Then we are looking at an end-to-end digital transformation process where we will be transforming the current business processes within the GCIS and maybe even implementing it across government using GovZA as a key platform. So as it stands right now, we can actually move from the Z83 completely within this week. So we are looking at doing that you don't necessarily have to come here to submit for a job application. The same goes for the tenders, because you don't need to be driving here to be able to submit a tender. And these are local technologies that are freely available off the shelf. You simply buy the licenses. So we can implement that. We've already implemented that in the city of Joburg, an e-recruitment system using some of the available technologies. So we will be able to do that within the GCIS in the near future. That's the digital transformation element. Let me speak to paid advertising. My phone just switched off. We are investing in paid advertising for social media. This is specifically to target difficult parts of the campaigns. Sona will go viral by itself, budget will go viral, but after a while, it goes quiet. So this is where then you strategically identify some of the difficult messages within that campaign that require you to put effort and put money on it. So that's all we are doing. We are identifying difficult campaigns such as the Bella Act, such as the Land Expropriation Act, those are not going viral by themselves. So that's where you put in the money and you do targeted advertising around that. We will be going for influencers who are pro-government, and we will be setting out a budget maybe for a year or 3 years, where we will have influencers on board, and this will include a lot of young people, not the popular, not the Somizi. We'll go for the young people who are engaged, etc., and we'll have them on board, and obviously being paid through a service provider to assist us to give our campaigns legs. Our social media environment at the moment, yes, I will conclude. Our website and social media environment are the greatest assets of GCIS. The GovZA alone has over 200 million hits a month, which should be converted to about 20 to 30 million reach. So that is a huge, massive asset. Our social media campaigns are at about 80 to 100 million organic reach a quarter, and we're expecting to actually be way more than that in a quarter. So we are working out a few things. These are key assets and great assets, and if we do leverage them very well, we have the opportunity to really drive and lead the conversation within South Africa. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, TK, for those responses. Let me thank management for responses. We're really going to try and have to be tight now. I'll give Michael and the team maybe 10 to 15 minutes just to wrap up. I want to propose that after these responses, we take the AIP presentation, then we break for lunch and then come back and engage on the AIP presentation, if that is in order. Mr. Karen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, thank you, Madam Chairperson and the honourable members. It's Honourable Makabela, it's a praying time now. All right, look, I'm not going to try, Chair, and respond to everything. I think some of the pointers and questions, we have to reflect on them as management. I hope the overall sense, and I didn't, Honourable Vilakazi and other members, I really didn't intentionally go out to suggest that all is okay. I think what I want to do is just really give the sense that we have an institution that is quite stable, despite quite a rocky decade. We are definitely on the improvement trajectory. If you hear the previous speaker, we definitely, to the honourable freedom fighter member, we definitely are looking at making sure that the platforms and the innovations we do are youth-friendly and futuristic. I think it was Honourable Botlani that asked about futuristic. So please, there are problems, obviously. Honourable Shongwe, the budget is a metaphor you were using about the young man in the township. I'm going to come to that in a minute. It's a very relevant point, and I'll come back to that. But for now, we do have challenges, and Honourable Makabela, I'm going to come to the praying at the end, just to give you comfort. I think, firstly, the issue of the brand South Africa, as Honourable Diko, Honourable Subrathi, and Honourable Makabela raised, I think you are right. That's what we have to aspire for. We want, we've said it a lot in our conversations, that ethos of who we are, what we stand for, what is that South African identity, and this place being that one-stop shop of the legitimate first order of, well, let me go and ask Jesus. I can say, honourable members, it's definitely what our vision is, or our intention is, and we've obviously seen through the websites and a lot of the queries we get, particularly when the incidents of crisis, like we had in July 21, it was an overwhelming sense that we are where people go to get their credibility. But obviously it's not a done deal yet. And a lot of the work we need to do is to, across Honourable Sitole's area of interest and the Honourable Digital Leader and the Honourable Toussaint Leader, we do need to look at how we fortify our suites. And I think the comments made for every chief directorate here are extremely relevant in that regard. We want to be that one-stop place of correct, accurate information. You know, the young man in Ikasi is walking there, and it's a very tricky question, Honourable Shongwe. Jesus has oscillated under his leadership eras of, do we lead from the front or the back, or the, you know, are we, as Diko said, or the chairperson Diko said, are we the one where the intangible thing is made tangible in our name, or are we the one where the intangible thing is realized because our colleagues from SASSA have realized there's a technical problem now and they're expediting the communication around access to the swapping of the card? So if the young man is asked, a question about his life, his lived experience, would he answer, oh yes, I got the information from GCIS, or would he, yes, the community development worker called a meeting last night. And that meeting could have been activated, as Moipeng said, by something that one of our district teams did. So whether we brand ourselves, and interestingly enough, honourable members, we have discussed this. We are embarking on a bit of a PR and a charm offensive this year. We have a campaign where we want to really make ourselves more visible and more known and be more in the front. But I can say very, very, very definitely to the honourable member who raised the question about the budget vote. Yes, indeed. We were 100% behind that. I mean, the minute the matter became a public one, we'd already mobilized ministers for briefings. We'd already had a sense of what the narrative was, the story that needed to go to investors, the story that needed to be told to our domestic audiences about the fact. Yeah, let's get one that the battery is not going flat. That we'd already mobilized everything behind the scenes with the media colleagues from Treasury, the media colleagues from the Reserve Bank, and all the other colleagues. So Minister Chaveri came out very confidently with a briefing. I think this one's even worse. With their counterparts to do that briefing with the DG of the Treasury. And I must be honest, we were directly behind the coordination of that. The tangibles, we are building our own platforms, our own suite of areas, Honourable Botlani, and they are futuristic. We definitely need to take heed of the fact that the problem that we sit with, and Honourable Shongwe, it's implicit in your question as well, and Honourable Vilakazi, is that we don't, Honourable Chair, have that. Firstly, we don't own the content of other things. So your question about the database, I'm very cautious how I want to answer that, Honourable Chair. Because the first answer I can say to that is, once we leave the social cluster, and Tisetso leaves rapid response in the morning, and by 10 o'clock there's a database, Elijah will have cascaded that. Now, Elijah is the head of communication of DBE. He would have cascaded that very quickly. Obviously, we don't know if he did it. So your question of whether we had the database ourselves. So I think if I had to be getting back to Honourable Vilakazi's point and others, the problem is that you have to nurture relationships. And it's not optimal. Because then someone is almost like they're doing you a favor to do something. If I say that to honourable members here in a meeting and you ask me, did this thing go to every embassy? I can say, yes, it went. Because we created a toolkit and we gave it out, and we can't always be sure if maybe someone didn't push the enter button. So maybe our future image of success needs to be the ability to better qualify and verify some of the things that maybe we take for granted. But I must be honest with you, if you had to ask me the biggest challenge now, whether that immediately means we need to legislate communication, when it's a concurrent, independent kind of function, as opposed to having norms and standards and guidelines and a 30%, is a very complex debate. And the white paper process that we're doing is aiming at taking that into a more rigorous and a more obligatory relationship. But yes, I think if I had to be honest with you now, with a stable institution, a development of new products and platforms, about the Honourable Makubela, Ramose could also have said that we do get direct asks. So through the provincial offices, they'll market that we do this, and then somebody will phone Peter Gourmet to them from Gauteng and say, so it may just have been that other municipalities haven't taken the advantage up yet, but it's what he's working on for the new year. Whether we want to legislate that, Honourable Dika, it's a very complicated thing, but that is the problem at the moment. We don't have ownership of content. Imagine if we went out and communicated. By the way, we've already started saying to colleagues, The new rapid response protocol is, if they haven't issued any statement by 10 o'clock in the morning, we will do it. And we will issue that holding statement as government, and it's now institutionalized. We do need to maybe see whether that's going to change if you legislate. But at the end of the day, you're still going to have colleagues who are communicators that we need to build rapport with. We need those institutions. Joel used to always say, is co-location the recipe of success? Or is it effective coordination? Maybe we need to do some more work around the thing. Second to last, no, we haven't canned mis and disinformation and fake news. It's a very sharp moving target. We do have an interface with the machinery of JCPS, honourable members. I won't elaborate on it if I may. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to always help to be enabling us to be the first respondent. It's just not working. There is some, David will have to work much harder on that, but yes, we have a very, very intense relationship with the JCPS machinery. Perhaps to give expression to all of these questions, there's one, I think it was Honourable Makubela who said it. Honourable Dika, you alluded to it. I'm profoundly disappointed that, for example, the Spaza Shop one didn't hit the mark everywhere. And we need to ask ourselves why. I can say, Honourable Chairperson, that campaign, we mobilized every paid for and non-paid for platform. We used digital. We escalated toolkits through a whole range of platforms. We used the basic education back to school campaign to piggyback content on it. We really had a huge ream of products, and it means that we need to look at what are the barriers to the reach of some of the things that we do, because I mean, we were, I don't know if you saw, we had what in my memory was the biggest briefing of ministers ever in this table here. I think there must have been 11. And then when they left the door here, they all did independent interviews. We had the district and provincial structures mobilized. So that one for me, I don't know, it's always that you can do more and do better. So I think we have to really keep that as the leitmotif. And lastly, on praying, I can just say, we definitely don't have undue pressure. Honourable Dika, I say with great sincerity and honesty to the honourable members, we don't have undue pressure. We know that there's a legitimate parliament, and I'm quite confident that any of us would feel the opportunity, if we did have such, to know where the people of South Africa report to yourselves. So I honestly I don't know, unless my two colleagues differ with me, but I feel we are in a democratic, open system. When the views are not exactly those of the government of the day, they're not shut out, you know. And then perhaps, Honourable Sauls, we just have to work on the logistics, what's going on with that station. I mean, Peter needs to use it more often. Obviously, remember, they'll receive money from the national unit, but also Peter Gomede, our provincial director. I'm sure you've interacted with him or one of his team then obviously in your day, but we need to make sure that we just tighten up how we... one of the things my opinion and the team are doing this year, Chair, is that we're going to assist. We have this thing like in the morning the radio station is compliant for a tax certificate, by the afternoon it's not compliant. So...
Let's leave
yeah.
those discussions
you're
for
right,
the next.
Honourable Dika, you're right.
So
okay.
Terry and Sandile now only have 2.5 minutes each.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Greetings to you, Chair, and honourable members. So my name is Terry Vandia, and I'm the Acting Director General for Corporate Services. So just to pick up from where Michael left off on the question about feeling pressure. So we have to take care of Michael's branch and Sandile's branch in terms of the well-being of the staff, and so I'm going to respond to the questions and comments about the all is well statements that were made by some of the members. So let me start with the building. Yes, the building is lovely and we enjoyed it, and we're actually here since 2013, and when we got into this building, it was built specifically for GCIS. It was customized for our needs. With regards to communications, we envisaged having 2 radio studios here, as well as this auditorium and the press room next door, which was customized to accommodate the likes of ENCA and Sky News and CNN by providing them with feeds on the pavement so they could park their vehicles outside those outside broadcast vans. So it was quite well customized. In 2013, you could say it was it was future-proof. But as you know, with technology, within a year or two, technology becomes outdated, and we had to look at reinvesting in some of the technology to refresh it. Now, with regards to the last, let's say, decade or so, our budget allocations, they were way below CPI. And we all know, because of the fiscal environment, our allocations being below CPI, and this building at the time when we elected to move in here was quite expensive at the time, and we had to cut the budget before we moved in. So we weren't able to build both radio stations. We only built one. And there were some areas where we had to trim down our expectations. But the building does not belong to us. We had to go out on a tender to procure the building. And it's now, since we've been here, we renewed our lease once, and we're up for a renewal again. The building is, you know, with the current climate, the cost of the building, of this type of building, has dropped. So we're optimistic that going forward, we will renew the lease at a lower cost that will free up some of our funding to channel towards our operations. So in the last year, we felt the strain of the cost of the building, so we sublet one of the floors to the Border Management Agency, which gave us some financial relief to allocate to other areas. And then with regards to the capacity, again, of the human capacity, Michael mentioned that we did this reorganizational structure. We restructured the organization, but we actually, again, because of the funding constraints, we don't have enough COE budget to fund the establishment. So we have establishment of 500 people, of which 82 of those posts are unfunded. Currently, we have 19 funded posts that we are trying to fill in terms of vacancies. In the last year, we had 27 vacancies, and we filled 25 of those. So coming out of the fit-for-purpose question, we also looked at, or are busy with an initiative with the National Treasury, the GTAC unit, the Technical Assistance Unit, where we are commissioning them to do an assessment of the GCIS operating model, to look at benchmarking it against similar organizations globally, and coming up with some recommendations of the future GCIS. And based on that, we will go through another round of organizational restructure to meet some of the recommendations that come out of this exercise for the fit-for-purpose GCIS. I think that's about it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. In football terms, Chair, I would be on extra time. So I think let me start with the question around what was essentially envisioned, because I'm happy that the member who's just gone out is a product of community media, because it was meant to ensure that we have a revolving system where people graduate to do other things. But what I wanted to point out, which has since become a problem, first of all, the second thing which I also forgot is what that community radio station, Eldos FM. Oh yes. If I can just round up. The one part is there's a report which GCIS and Brand SA have developed. It's called Repositioning South Africa as a Brand. We have taken that report to the Foresight cluster, so maybe one day when it is processed, we'll definitely share with the committee members. There are questions around whether we have experienced weaknesses. There are weaknesses in the system, especially if we deal with the fake news. One of the elements is that much as you'd have provisions in the ACTA, the FEB Act around the takedown provisions, the biggest challenge that we have is that what happens when, much as the provision has been effected, the peer-to-peer sharing has become very difficult to manage. So what you find is the prominence of fake media or fake content that is shared in groups, and unfortunately, we are unable to deal with that. There's also a question around the weakness that if you look at our budget is not adequate enough to deal with the totality of what we should be doing. Second to the last point, Chairperson, is that we've agreed as GCIS that we are building a house starting with the roof on top. The reality is that communication has evolved. With the evolution of communication, we need to ensure that some of the things that we say and lead are enforceable and binding. So that's the work that we are doing. The element around how we tried to ensure that at least South Africa is positioned in a better environment. Brand SA, just on Brand SA, because they are one of our entities that manage international perception. The managing of international perception is done by them. They have done quite a sterling job in terms of ensuring that they were fact sheet. There were quite a number of fora, including the Global South Africans, which includes the African diaspora and very influential business people that invest in this country, where the expropriation of land legislation was actually explained. So I think with that, we would also then see quite a number of things that we would also be doing. Chair, the last for us is that we have to be very clear and honest about yourselves. In all our publication, we don't censor. In fact, we have editorial policies that discusses in each and every platform that we have, whether it would be SA News, whether it would be. So we don't censor at all. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much to the EXCO, the MENCO, for your comprehensive responses. As all of you were speaking, I forgot, I'm like, but we are in the den of spin doctors. What did we think would happen? So yeah, let me leave that at that. But thank you for responding nonetheless. I'm looking for Mayor Shweshwe, co-CEO of MDDA. If we can take your presentation and then we'll break after that. I mistakenly said AIP. I know that we're supposed to hear from Brand SA. Yeah, no, one day we must hear from Brand SA. It's MDDA first, and thereafter we'll take a lunch break. 30 minutes, honorable members, if you indulge, because I really do want us to fit in, even if it's a 30-minute walkabout at the end. You are welcome, CEO. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Chair, you will pardon me with honorable members. Have sent through the presentation, perhaps while 2 minutes, while they assist with loading it. Chair, we can, the colleagues will help. While they assist with loading the presentation, Chair, we will start, I think first, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Memufuma Hadi Kusaladiko, greetings to you, greetings to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, to DGs and DDGs here present today, Khotsong colleagues, representatives of the sector, the AIP, the Press Council, the National Association of Press Club, NAB rather, the National Association of Broadcasters, and if I left anyone out, you will please pardon me. Also, greetings to all of the colleagues here. I have come with colleagues from the MDDA who will assist with questions. I think while I'm waiting for, I just need a thumbs up that the presentation will be loaded. Yes? Okay, Chair, I will accept that that is indeed the case. I will first start by laying the foundation, Chair, of community media and community publishing, in that these community initiatives really bring to life the constitutional guarantees that says everyone has a right to freedom of expression and everyone has a right to access information, as well as everyone has a right to freedom of conscience, religion, thought, and belief. Many of the community publishers that have joined us today would know that they carry this burden, yes, with support from government through the MDDA, as well as advertising that is facilitated through other government entities, department, as well as GCIS. But this is a burden they have chosen to carry. And I think every day in our engagements with them, we remind them. I think they've often said that they would like to hear it from authorities higher than me, Chair. So I'm just recording that as their area of comment or concern. Chair, the MDDA has a mandate of ensuring that there's media development and diversity in the country. I think from the presentation that GCIS shared earlier on, and the questions that have come from the floor from the members of parliament, there's a clear indication that there is a need for us to focus on grassroots media or community media. For the session today, we will focus in the main on publishing. However, the MDDA has provided support to community broadcasters as well as community publishers. I want to also just, Chair, first set the scene of how we find ourselves where we are, because the members of the AIP will bring to the attention of the portfolio committee members who are here and community members who are here and those who are stakeholders in this place, the challenges that exist where funding is concerned. The current funding or income for the MDDA, the main funder are the broadcast funders through the Universal Access Fund levy, which is 0.2% of the revenue that is made by the broadcasters for operating the license. These funds are ring-fenced as per the ECA, which has meant that over the past few years, when we saw a decline in support in the form of financial from the print sector and the publishing sector, it has had adverse impact in our ability as the agency to be able to support community media. And for that reason, Chair, it has been very difficult. How we've been able to support, and I'm being transparent here, perhaps overly transparent, it would only be fair for the members of the portfolio committee who are here and community members to also understand what the limitations are for the MDDA. What we have been able to fund and support for community broadcasters comes in the main from funds, yes, that come from government, but also from interest. That is end in how the MDDA is able to manage its cash flows. Chair, I think it is obvious to also indicate then that there's a big limitation in that. I will just ask if we can just move to slide 5 of the presentation. Thank you very much. Chair, I want to focus just on the next slide, please. I want to just focus on the 7 objectives of the agency, which come from the mandate, which is this building this developmental media and I want to focus, thank you very much. I want to focus on just a few of these objectives that the agency has. Taking from questions and comments that the members have raised on the floor and as well as GCIS has raised, is that the MDDA exists to create an enabling environment for media development and diversity that reflects the needs and aspirations of all South Africans. Another objective is encouraging the development of human resources and training and capacity building within the media industry, especially among historically disadvantaged communities. Now, what I would like to also add, one of the members indicated that there are places where community members do not know who the MDDA or who GCIS is. One of the commitments that we've made as an agency is that we will focus on the objective of raising public awareness regarding media development and diversity issues. In our engagements with the sector, both the broadcasters in radio and television, as well as the publishers, we've asked that they please assist in bringing this objective to life, because they have the tools, as you saw with the newspapers in front of you, to be able to communicate the messages that we have. But their question is always, we cannot do anything for free. You must pay us for this work. And as the entity that we are, we do have some financial constraint, if we could say or put it that way. But I will get to that later on. Another objective, and this would be the last one I want to highlight in this area, is encouraging the channeling of resources to community media and small commercial media sector. Chair, the issues around sustainability for this in the community media sector, specifically publishing, need a concerted effort for all of us to be advocates and champions. Honorable Chair Memufumahadi, I heard you earlier on that you indicated there are champions for Vukuzenzele, there's a champion for community TV, you are a champion for the Tusong Center. I would like to ask that among you, can there be a champion for community publishing who will at every turn ensure that we encourage support for community publishers, because they are able to do what many are unable to do, reach community members in indigenous languages with messages that resonate, where they are able to understand the issues. We also do know that because of the shape of our country post-1994 to where we are now, majority of media publications are often in the cities, are inaccessible to community members. As such, Chair, it is important for us to critically emphasize the importance for us to advocate and encourage the channeling of resources to community media. Resources include advertising, include sponsorship and promotion, but it also includes one being able to just volunteer their time to mentor someone at a community station. One of the members in the front indicated that they are a product of El Dorado FM. I think there would be many in this country who will tell you that they have made it to the commercial and more established media spaces, having walked through a door of community media. That includes myself. Chair, on the screen now is what I will say is the sources of income for the MDDA. Now, I'm happy to say that I did see Menadia Bulbalia here, who is with the NAB, that the funders or the majority of the contributors to the Universal Access Levy or USAF levy you are seeing there of 0.2%, which contributes 58% of our income, is the broadcast funders, and these are NAB members. And we appreciate the support that they have brought forth and the commitment that they continue to live through from when this agency was found. Having said that, Chair, I do want to say that we have also committed with the AIP. We will embark on a journey where we are speaking with the print sector to find ways in which they can additionally continue to support community publishing and live out the commitment they made when the MDDA was funded. Government supports us with 36%, or their support accounts for 36%. And as indicated earlier on, our other source of income is the interest. These are the funds that we are able to use to support print media. I think, Chair, in all honesty, if we are saying that many South Africans still rely on accessing information from these local newspapers and publications, this has to change. We have to find a way to find resources to support community publishing. I am happy though, because I know when the AIP comes forward, they will present on support and collaboration that has been established with Google. And I think that will inject some bit of support within the sector, but we need more continuous support, certainly from government as well as the private sector in this country, not just through advertising. Chair, what do we support in terms of print projects in the country? Are geographically based, or these could be projects that serve a particular area of interest. It could be women and people living with disabilities or various topics. We've been able to support a number of these projects. Chair, while we support online publications, these online publications at this present moment will be linked to an actual print publication. The MDDA board is in the process of reviewing a framework which management is developing to assist in refining how the agency is able to support natively online platforms or just online content creators like podcasts. We support small commercial media as well as a number of NGOs in their various textures. Chair, the interventions that we've provided, and I want to bring a picture that we have supported since our establishment, over 300 publications or made over 300 interventions in the sector. The AIP sent us a list of their current publication, which is nearing 300 in number, and we do know that there's other associations in the country or other publications who are not members of the AIP. Therefore, Chair, we can say that there's over 300 publications in this country reaching millions of South Africans, whether it's online or as well as through the print publication, some of which you are seeing on the tables for the members of the portfolio committee who are here. In the interest of time, Chair, I do want to also indicate that there is a challenge in how many projects we are able to support in any given financial year and what we are able to support based on the limited resources which I've indicated that the MDDA is currently facing, where funding for publishing is available or print is available. Chair, we cannot forget that this week marks Mother Tongue Week. Is that correct? And the communicators in the room. And Chair, it is very important then for us to highlight that there exist publications who publish stories in indigenous languages. And therefore, Chair, there's a need for us to support this and encourage them. And I think for the work that they do, with the minimal support that they receive, they do deserve a round of applause. Through you, Chair. Thank you. Chair, I have indicated the projects that we have supported. These are just in the previous few years, the number of projects that we have supported. We do want to have more than what you are seeing on the screen, Chair. In addition to the limited funding and resources we have, the MDDA with the number of team members continue to embark on journeys where we are able to raise funds towards particularly areas of skills development for community media and training, because that is an area where we have realized that there is a gap and there are opportunities to support this sector. Chair, what the MDDA funds in the main for print publications, and I will focus in the main on the highest cost drivers. These would be your capital expenditures, the cost of printing, as well as cost of distribution. For the newspapers to continue printing and for the newspapers to be able to ensure that there's distribution, the costs are much higher. And the MDDA only able to support 6 publications, sometimes 8 a year, means that there is a need for us to provide further intervention and collaborate better. There is no doubt that the costs of printing will rise because we've seen a closure of other newspapers in the commercial space, which would mean that the demand will be lower. However, I would allow my colleagues at the AIP to get into the details of these issues. Chair, I would also like to say that in our previous portfolio visit, The members of the committee had indicated that we bring a lot of numbers of how we support the sector, and that there was a need for us to highlight some of the projects that we have worked with and look at some of the work that we've covered. On your screen, you have Inyanda Community News, which is in the Western Cape, and as well as Ulwazi magazine in KZN. These are but a few of the projects that we have worked with in the past few years. Chair, as indicated, while there are a few, the impact at communities is very high. And we do wish to build sustainability within this sector. Some of the key initiatives that the agency has run in partnership with a number of other government entities, and Chair, I will only look at just a few, is running an elections reporting workshop in partnership with the IEC in the build-up to the previous national elections. We have had a partnership with Google, which is growing, where we piloted one of their programs, the Google Hustle Academy, to provide training to community broadcasters as well as community publishers. We've also launched our sustainability report, which looked into the sustainability of the sector in partnership with Google. We've got partnership with MENA Mining through their MENA Academy for mining journalism. Sanlam has been a long partner of the MDDA. They have also accommodated community journalists to participate in their financial journalism training. Chair, these are just some of the programs that the MDDA has provided support within the sector, wherein we have relied in the main on partnerships to be able to carry out this very important work. Chair, I will just say that there are a number of initiatives that we are currently running as an agency to try and improve our stakeholder relations with the publishing sector. More specifically, we have continuous engagements with the AIP and a number of the other associations that are operating in this space. And Chair, I think we all are happy to say that we maintain an open door policy where we are able to engage meaningfully with the sector and deal with the challenges outside of waiting for a quarterly meeting. We've run some research programs to also look at the needs in the sector. Most notably, Chair, I want to highlight our research, which will be coming out hopefully in the next month, or at least in the first quarter of the 2025-26 financial year, on the adoption of AI in South African newsrooms and community media publishers and broadcasters. Chair, I do know that I'm standing between everyone else and their lunch. I do want to say that I encourage the members to please go through the presentation. We will be available to answer some of the questions that you would have, and we have the team here from the MDDA working specifically research as well as the support that we provide into the print sector, and will be able to answer those questions. And our colleagues at GCIS have also been able to run research in the value that we've been providing to community media. While there are gaps, Chair, we continue to work with the constraints that are at hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO, and thank you for that focus on print, community print. I think a lot of the time when we speak about community media, we focus only on community radio. So we do appreciate it. I want us to go to lunch, colleagues. I don't know if they're feeding us. I'm taking a chance. But I'd like that we break for lunch. It's 23 minutes past 1. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. We do have quite a bit to cover. I thought we'd finish early today, but I think over lunch we'll have just a discussion on the GCIS, on the other elements of the program. So let us suspend the meeting now, and we will come back at 2. CEO, just to say, I think you already have your champion, the Honorable DJ Souls. So, yeah, I think we'll be directed. Thank you so much.
us will suffer from niggeritis. You know niggeritis? So there's a muscle in your tummy that's connected to a muscle in your eyes. Once that muscle in your tummy is weighed down by food, the muscle in your eye. So let's hope we won't be having any of that. And we're asking the camera people to please be vigilant. As parliamentarians, we're tired of being called sleepists. So we are looking for pictures of sleepists from government to show that it's not a uniquely parliamentary phenomenon. Yes, please. Okay, so we're going to rush through, not because the content is not important, but because we're going to ask the presenters to be as succinct as possible. We have guests amongst us. I'm just waiting for the secretariat to give me a list so that we can acknowledge them properly as stakeholders from the industry. Over lunch, I met the AIP, I met the NAB, I met PenSalb. I may not have seen everybody, but as the secretariat will provide us a list. But just to say that thank you for having been here the whole day, and we look forward to engaging with you. Now, I'm told that there's been caucuses during lunch where there was an agreement that we are going to take GCIS very quickly. I'm looking at Mr. Nene, and I think whether that is humanly possible. Very quickly, Mr. Nene, just in terms of the support to community media. Thereafter, we'll move to the AIP, Association of Independent Publishers, and then to close off, I think it was said that PenSalb will be speaking on promoting indigenous language media. Then we have our discussion on community media with a full frame. Then the final part of this session, we are going to give about 30 to 40 minutes for a discussion facilitated by the AIP around issues relating to media sustainability. Mr. Nene?
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I think what we are going to do, we're not going to go through slide by slide. But what's quite important, Chair, is that the task you have given us is quite a big task. The issues that we are looking at, the sector, community print, and community or commercial print, which is 179 years old. So if you can take a guess, which is the oldest commercial print that is in existence today, you probably have to know where I come from. But the other complication with that is that...
Sorry, I'm so sorry. There was a housekeeping issue I forgot. One second. Honorable Souls, there was a question that you had asked that we got an answer off camera and you felt that it was something important that needed to be on camera. Can I ask that in 15 seconds, you just repeat the question, and I hope you've prompted the person who's going to answer the question so we have that resolved. Thanks.
The question was RFQs. There used to be RFQs sent. There's no longer RFQs sent to community radio stations. And then there was a good response and a great discussions to assist. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Michael?
Thank you. Thank Honourable Chairperson. Thank you, Honourable Souls. We got to everything has detail, devilish detail, so we've strongly encouraged the colleague from the GCIS Provincial Office, Mr. Peter Gumede. Would you just stand, Gumede, so we can shine on you? So Peter and his team will send RFQs through, or Nelly Shopping. Where are you, Nelly? Nelly would send it from a national office, Chairperson. And the colleague at the station's been feeling, well, why must I bother to respond, because I don't actually get any feedback or I don't get any confirmation. So I've given numbers through so that we make sure from now on, if Peter issues in the Greater El Dorado area, RFQ at the local level, Chair, for a talk show that relates to maybe a GBVF march that's going to happen in that area, or a cleanup campaign, that if she's feeling that there's no communication, she must phone the GSAS provincial office directly. If the order has been issued from Nellie's unit and the radio unit, then she must also ask Peter to support her. And that goes for any radio station out there. Don't just if colleagues don't respond, we are public servants, Chairperson. Our job is to respond. Pick up the phone. Our numbers as executives, I've already given it to the Honourable Saul and gratefully give it to others. Pick up the telephone and phone and we'll fix it. But I also just hope that for Peter's team, it means that sometimes when we send an RFQ out to say 11 stations for a local show, let's pick up the telephone, Gumede, and phone the 11 stations and say, listen, have you received our RFQ? We want to do the show next week. And then she might say, well, what's the point? Because you never come back to me with business, okay? So let's solve that, and it's not something that we can't do. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Members, I allowed that only because I think it's important information. I think it's important information, and I'm hoping that you are the GCIS, you will be able to propagate those numbers for people to get hold of yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. But I think, Chair, we must also set the context correct as well. We have consistently done that, especially using the organized community media associations. So I think it could be the issue that it might not have reached yours, but I think that's what we continue to do. But we'll definitely improve. So I think, so that at least we don't leave the impression that we don't do it at all. The classical example is the, thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm going to go through what I'm meant to try and do, Chair. What is it that we are doing as GCIs to solve the problem of community print, commercial print, transformation and revitalization? So on the screen, as you can tell, Chair, is we've indicated the analysis, which I'm not going to spend time on, but it's quite important. The foundation of the sector we are talking about, it was built on two areas. One, sales of newspapers. The second one was actually that we needed to get advertising revenues. So with convergence that we are seeing that members already spoken about, Chair, what we are picking up is that has shaken, and it's actually affecting everybody else, whether it is the broadcasters, especially if you are at a pay TV where the law at least tries to solve the problem, at least for commercial pay TV, there is that provision where it says you can't get more than 30% of advertising expenditure, because obviously you do get a subscription. What we are also then saying is that we've also seen, I think colleagues are speaking about the OTTs in terms of what the OTTs have done. The reality of it is that most people are now moving towards the advertising on OTTs. So if I can give an example, if you're a community print and you are getting an advertising, a revenue of, let's say, the minimum that you could get would be 30,000. As we move towards the digital environment, the reality is that we're going to be getting less than 3,000. So how it's going to help is that on a scale of influence, that's where we are going to make your money. But that's the foundations that have shaken. The other thing, colleague Chairperson, is that there are quite a number of things that are affecting community print, including the issues that we have raised. And some of it, Chairperson, is that we do have the issue around the authentic audience measurement figures, especially at the community print level. So, Chair, I've been asked to then at least deal with the issue of summarizing what we said, what we thought we'll do. The attention economy that we are in, Chairperson, has resulted in a main where almost all our publications are almost falling flat, others have closed down. So what is to be done, Chairperson? Especially if you look at the community print and how government has worked with the private sectors to ensure that at least we sustain that. Initially, we relied, Chairperson, largely on the MOU that was signed between the big 4 companies and MDDA. Unlike the broadcasters, where through the use of the Electronic Communications Act, specifically around the use of levy, there's an obligation for broadcasters to actually fund community broadcasters, because that amount is very specific, it's ring-fenced. So any amount that you get from broadcasters can only fund broadcasters. We can't find anything beyond that. So what we are saying here, Chairperson, is that since the year 2015, 2016, that's where the MOU actually terminated. So I'm not going to touch on this because I've already dealt with it. But maybe the question would be, what are we doing as GCIS? We've started the process, Chairperson, when the very same portfolio committee was concerned about the need to ensure that the sector is transformed, the sector is sustainable. And of course, I'm not going to give you the whole history, except to say, we have a committee which is appointed by the minister. It's the Print and Digital Media Transformation and Revitalization Committee. It's looking at 2 things. Making proposal in terms of how then do we revitalize? How do we ensure that the community and commercial print is sustained in future? And it draws on quite a number of experiences, whether these would be international or these things would be local. Why are we doing this if the question comes? Part of what we are tasked as GCIS, if you look at the totality of the ComTAS report, it says that GCIS has an obligation to ensure that journalism is protected and also preserved. So that's why. And secondly, we acknowledge, Chairperson, that much as we do have GCIS managed platforms, we still rely heavily on some of the media distribution platforms to ensure that we reach our citizens. Chairperson, on this slide, this is just a demonstration on who sits in the steering committee. As a committee, you should be expecting that the final report would be out at the end of the current financial year. So we've got CEOs from the Media 24 arena of this world, and they've been appointed by minister. They sit once a month to deal with that. And we're very inclusive in the approach that we've taken, Chair, that even the community print is included. We have also had invited, and I'm happy to say that Press Council is also part of it. And the chairmanship of this because it takes the form of the transformation charter processes. It's done by the DTIC and ourselves. So what we are hoping to do, Chairperson, is that it will be a groundbreaker because no African country has ever done this work. But we have an obligation in terms of that 1996 SADC protocol on communications, transport, and meteorology, where it says South Africa must lead the issue of harmonization of communications on the continent. So we are expecting that we'll start from the SADC region, and ultimately then would also then influence the continent. In the same way, Chairperson, if you look at the same exercises done through the AU, where they've issued quite a number of things. Chair, we're not going to, what we thought we were not going to do is to rob you of some of the recommendations, because I think they would be entailed in the report. Safe to say that we've got quite a number of recommendations. If the risk is that if we start talking about the recommendations now, there would no use for us to be enthused by the upcoming report. Chair, the one thing that we've also done, if I were to just go to media buying, because that was an interest of this committee. Chairperson, I think seated here we can tell a story that we've done quite a lot in terms of ensuring that community media is supported, but it's not enough. We'll be the first one to say some of the limitations that we have include the fact that we have not been able to enforce this media buying policy of ours through our government departments. So in simple terms, Chairperson, if somebody comes to exercise the provisions which were set to say, when you are establishing GCIS, part of it include media bulk buying. But they then come with a predetermined media types of their own. And then much as we always advise our clients, but then they will tell us that unfortunately because of their monies. But what we are doing, Chairperson, especially with the future plans, I'm not going to deal with some of the elements, is that we have worked with the sector because on G20 and any other national campaign that we run, we have taken a decision as an institution that even if a media project is not compliant, we'll make sure that we appoint a panel of agencies to ensure that the totality of all the existing, whether it's printing or at least the community broadcasters benefit. But what we are saying is that the precondition is that post that intervention, that panel must ensure that you pay what this community media outlet is owing, so that then we can go back to what is accepted, that we must all go to the central database. Chair, this is the totality of how much we have spent. So we looked at community print, community TV, community radio, and as we've indicated that the small commercial media we haven't included. It's one of the challenges that we have. And this is how much we have, on the other side, Chairperson, is the expenditure that we've delivered. And of course, we have fallen short in some of the elements. This is the total budget of government, or at least the government departments that actually used GCIS or media buying to make sure that we advise and make sure that we run the campaign, but also then place advertising or ad on community print or also community radio. So focusing on these things, this is what we've come up with. So you can tell there's a lot of work that we need to do. For GCIS as well, there are a few instances, Chairperson, where we've reached the 30%, where at least in the current financial year, we are at 39%. And then there were times in the previous financial year where our own budgeting was obviously at spend to community media was at 31%. But I think even at that level, we need to contextualize. We're a small budget department as well. Sometimes we tend to speak more as per the mandate of government to speak about what government is doing than our own. So the CFO and Terry has already spoken about how much do we have, which is not sufficient to deal with some of the elements. Chair, this is just the chart in terms of the years and then the percentage. So from the numbers that we've indicated earlier, so we are simply looking at the graph that, it fluctuates. And then these are the number of, or at least the sample of the people that we have made use of. And one of the things that we also need to explain, Chair, it's not that we do not understand that community media definition is only saying community media that is owned and controlled by South Africans or communities. So in instances where we've used the knock and drops, which are owned by conglomerates, it will be because we're trying to close the gap in instances where if we wanted to ensure that we massify the message. So the Caxton will fall under that category. Chairperson, I think at this point we have to say we are looking forward to getting an empowered provision so that all the things that we have always said would happen immediately would happen in as far as media buying is concerned, so that at least we can have more improved amount that we actually put out to support community media. But I think in the meantime, we did, as I've indicated, we do have a panel that we are appointing very soon. We have also tried the National Treasury Practice Note, which we wanted really to get an exemption in terms of how we actually procure from community media, but it fell flat and we didn't win that argument. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nene. I'm still waiting for the names of the organizations that are here, as well as who will be representing them. But I would like to invite now the Association for Independent Publishers, the AIP. Please do come up. I think there's still seats as well if there's more than one person. Can you empower me, Mr. Ngoma? Thank you. What is the nature of the problem? In form and content, why are we not proceeding? Is it the presentation? Can we not speak to it so long while we try to sort out the technical issues? Thank you.
Okay. Honorable members of Parliament, Chairperson, esteemed media representatives, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a privilege to stand before you today. I am Aneta Mangaba, the chairperson of AIP, the Association of Independent Publishers. Our presentation is about the status of community print media and online media on sustainability in a digital age. Let me just give you a little background of who we are. AIP was established in 2005. We are the largest association of community newspapers in Africa, boasting of 128 publications with a total monthly print of 2 million plus, a readership of 7 million plus, and 25% of our publications are owned by women. This year marks our 20th celebration, and it's sad that there are still people that says they don't know our titles or they don't know AIP. AIP members operate nationwide, publishing in all 11 official languages and cover a spectrum of topics, including news, business, religion, arts, education, and science. When we go back into the history of community media or independent publishing, we can go back to 1836. And when we look at the struggles back then, and now in this age, in a democratic country like ours, we are still facing the same challenges and even worse. Let me move to our notable publications. We have Umbele, which is an online business magazine that is published in isiZulu, but has recently started print as well. Then we have Dizindaba, iphephandaba lesiXhosa, that is based in the Western Cape, and it's publishing current affairs news and connecting publications or communities in the Eastern and the Western Cape. We have an online publication, Food from Mzansi, an award-winning publication focusing on agriculture, health, and health respectively. Food from Mzansi got 4 awards for the good content and the good work that they are doing. And this is one of our members. Then we have Pondoland Times that is based in the Eastern Cape, an award-winning publication with community news from Bizana in the Eastern Cape, dedicated to youth empowerment, rural development, with a strong focus on youth-centric content. The newspaper serves as a voice for diverse communities of Alfred Nzo and OR Tambo districts. Their mission is simple. It's to inspire, inform, empower the youth while fostering community growth. They not only do the publishing, but they also have skills development, they offer training, and they've mentored over 30 journalists and PR graduates. And they provide hands-on experience to the next generation of media professionals. Our publishers have achieved awards. Publishers like Ground Up, Ntavela, Limpopo Mirror, Umbele. In 2023, all these publications won awards, the SANEF Net Nakasa Awards, for the good content that they produce. What is the role of AIP? Championing ethical journalism. AIP builds collective power amongst community print and online publications, ensuring quality and ethical journalism. All members are part of the Press Council and the Advertising Regulatory Board, upholding ethical journalistic advertising standards. What is the importance of these community outlets? They publish in the diverse languages that I've mentioned, all the 11 official languages. The content is in that language, the format. They cover unrepresented areas. They have strong community engagement. They counter misinformation, and they hold local power structures accountable. Essential for a comprehensive and understanding of national affairs. But I want to add, most of these media houses has given journalists that are fresh from universities, colleges, the opportunity to gain experience. We have journalists that are now working for mainstream that started in our media houses. We have graphic designers that started with us that are now in the mainstream. So that is the other challenge that we face. We train these journalists, we train these graphic designers, and once they have the experience, they leave us. What have we done to ensure that our members become resilient? Post-COVID, AIP has focused on sustainability of community media sector through championing 12 pilot projects, exploring new funding streams. We have collective negotiation for advertising. As you've seen now, we are part of the GCIS steering committee. We have negotiated with printing houses for discount on printing, and we try to give our publishers access to affordable technology as we are evolving, and not only focusing on our print publications alone. We focus on international collaboration, including a study visit to the University of Ohio in the US, where 10 publications across the country were given an opportunity to go and learn from publications such as ours that operates in community spaces on what other business models we can use to make and become sustainable. What are the challenges that we face as grassroots? The lack of advertising support from GCIS and corporates. The limited use of indigenous language in government publications. Inadequate funding for grassroots print sector from the Media Development and Diversity Agency, which is the MDDA. And also that we have been speaking for the past years of the legislation of the 30%. What are our proposed solutions? Government must commit to grassroots advertising, promote indigenous language in public documents, increase MDDA funding for independent grassroots print and online media. In conclusion, a call for support. AIP invites the South African Parliament to engage in discussions on future plans aiming to continue empowering local publishers and strengthening the media landscape across the nation. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Aneta. You see, now we moved from spin doctors to I almost said the thinkers, but then GCIS is going to say, I'm saying they don't think. We moved from the spin doctors to the writers. It was a beautiful presentation. Thank you, Aneta. The last presentation is on the Digital Transformation Fund. Now, Kate, you are presenting, right? Okay. I'm not going to be facetious and ask why Google pulled out, but I think Parliament would really appreciate a reason if you knew why. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a real honor to be here, and welcome to all our colleagues. Welcome, Chairperson, colleagues from Parliament, from government, and all the industry players, and also to our own AIP publishers are here today. It's wonderful that you've managed to come all the way from Johannesburg, Cape Town, Limpopo, I mean, all around the country. So I really appreciate you being here. So I am incredibly lucky to be able to talk about the Digital News Fund, and also just to talk about the issue around this particular partnership that has been set up between AIP and Google. So just to explain the reason why Google didn't actually attend this meeting, I think there was actually some confusion around the invitations. And to be fair to Google, I have to say that their intention was to come to this meeting. And I think that there was some confusion around it. And I think that also then once we had become aware of the fact that they then were saying that they might not be able to come. They had basically put together a whole lot of meetings, and then it was very difficult for them to kind of shift those. So I think we have to be fair about that. I don't think it was for any other reason other than that. I think that's important to say that. So I can hear a whole lot of murmurings. So now just to move on to what is this digital...
Sorry, Kate. Can we please settle down? I know all of you want to discuss events of this week. This is not the Competition Commission. Order. Give Kate space to speak. Thank you, Kate.
Thank you for the protection, Chair. Thank you for that protection. So now let me tell colleagues here about this Digital News Transformation Fund. It is an incredibly important fund, colleagues, and I do think that it is potentially a game changer. And so I want you to ask as many questions as you can about it, because I think that we need to get to grips with what this fund is all about. So first of all, it's to say that the DNTF Fund is an initiative of the Association of Independent Publishers, ourselves, and Google, and it's to provide targeted project-based funding for the sustainability and digital transformation of small and medium, I need to add, independent news publishers in South Africa. That's what it's been set up for. Colleagues, it's a partnership which is including, for us, definitely, a substantial amount of money. It's 114 million rand, which will be distributed over 3 years, aimed at supporting the digital transformation of small and medium independent news publishers in South Africa. The fund provides project-based funding to enhance digital operations, audience engagement, and sustainability of journalism. So it's just important to make the point that it's not, we know that we've still got a huge amount of print publications, but this fund is not about that, and therefore we still need to look at issues around print. So I think that that's just an important point that we need to put on the table. Colleagues, I also think there's something quite innovative about the fact that it's administered independently by Shikalulu Social Investments, with oversight from a multi-stakeholder board ensuring transparency and integrity. And just to say that one of the key members of that board will be a government representative. Very important, I'm putting it out there because we need to make sure that we get that government representative. Also, very importantly, the Press Council needs to, we already have a representative from the Press Council, and then it's AIP, ourselves, and then a number of industry experts. So it really is a multi-stakeholder board, and also a representative from the mainstream media as well. Applications are open to local independent news publishers committed to public interest journalism and digital innovation, and I need to again emphasize, regardless of whether you're an AIP member. You don't have to be an AIP member, but you do have to be a member of the Press Council, and that is very much about ethical journalism. So then, briefly to say, as we said, it will be administered by Shikalulu Social Investments independently. Oversight and governance and day-to-day management of the fund will fall to several structures. The fund secretariat will be housed with Shikalulu, and they will manage the D&T on a day-to-day basis. There will be an adjudication committee made up of 5 independent industry experts who will review and approve applications for funding. And then we have, as I said, the multi-stakeholder board that I've spoken about. So colleagues, we're putting in place a very professional structure that should be able to manage this fund. And then, again, briefly, just to say that there will be 3 tiers of funding. Build, which is for your smaller projects, limited or no online presence. Grow, which is basic digital products seeking to expand. And then your Engage, investing in new technologies to enhance innovation. So that's what we're looking at. And then just to say that this is South Africa's, we believe this is South Africa's biggest investment in community media, a historic day for local journalism. And we believe that it's super important because of the fact that every citizen needs to have access to the truth, and that it's very timeless because this is before local government elections in 2026, which is when we really, really need people to have the information that they need. Colleagues, thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Dr. Skinner, for that presentation. Maybe just to round off, summarize by saying that from the various presentations that we received, starting early in the morning, you saw that we would have sought to try and centralize or put in the middle the discussion around the sustainability of community media, what is being done, where are we, and then with a specific focus, I think, on community print media. Not because community radio or online is unimportant, but when we went on our last oversight visit in the Eastern Cape, I think we got to witness and hear firsthand some of the challenges for facing community radio. Issues of costs of signal distribution, premises, equipment, and so forth. So it was important that we just balance with a focus on community media. I'm going to give an opportunity for members if they want to supplement the questions that they had asked earlier, given the new presentations that they've received. We are at about 10 to 3 now, so I need to start parliamentating the time. So I'll give each member 3 minutes to put their questions across, because you'd only asked to GCIS. So MDDA has presented, AIP has presented, on those various issues. Can I start with you, Honorable Shongo, not Shongo, sorry, I'm looking for Honorable Sithole. Oh, Mufileba. I've been looking for you the whole day today. So let's start with you, Honorable Sithole.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you to all the all presenters. Honorable Chairperson, mine is just that the MDDA was established in 2003, but they are not known. I'm trying to check because they are a very important actual entity for the department or for the country. So now I'm worried if, because I know MDDA when I joined the committee of communication, but before there was nothing that I know about MDDA. So now I'm trying to check on which person their strategy to inform the communities about their availabilities and their work that they are doing. Do they have that strategy or that system to talk to our communities? Because when you check their presentation, actually they're supposed to be involved to all issues of communities. And the other one, Honorable Chairperson, is the AIP. Do they have any footprint to rural areas?
You are protected, Honorable Sithole.
Do they have a footprint in rural areas, or they are just have footprint in urban areas? Because there is that difference. Because if they do have, if they can tell me where are their offices in Etinkandla or Ngoto? Yeah, because they cannot say yes wherever we don't know them. Because when I'm Kondoan.
Honorable Sithole, you have 1 minute left.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Potlani.
Honorable Shongo is fishing from the pond, trying to do membership recruitment. One card. I think, firstly, to just say these presentations have really been informative, and it is really information that will help us to interrogate whoever we interact with on what we have received today. So I really appreciate the richness of the presentation. And I think the way there's going to be a report on the use of IA in the newsroom. How recent is that report? And once it's available, I really would like to read that. When is the expected date of publication? Especially, I remember there was a time where the SABC was accused of sending out journalists out to cover stories on their phones. And that's about 2 years ago. But now, sitting where I'm sitting, and with the development of online curated citizen reporting, you realize that what could have been a bad thing 2 years ago is something that is acceptable today. So basically to say that the transformation is happening so fast, and we really cannot always be catching up. We also need to be trendsetters where possible. With the presentation of AIP, the first presentation, I think is Ms. Anita, you spoke about 178 publications and 7 million readership. What has been the trend from your inception up to this point? Is there a growth? Is there a decline? Because you spoke about how painful it is to hear that print media is dying. So the numbers you'll give us, I think, will help us understand, because you only gave us the total figure. I don't think you spoke to whether this is a decline or a growth. If you could just speak to us so that it just informs what we are talking about. And I think as I was listening to the presentation, I was thinking, a few years ago, WhatsApp was not a thing. And the features that we are having on WhatsApp today were not even imaginable when WhatsApp came. So essentially, evolution of the gadgets, the features, happens on a daily basis. Every second week, when you open your WhatsApp, as an example, because it's become the main communication tool in South Africa, there's an update. So what are the trends telling us? And maybe this is a conversation that the room should be telling us, that in 2 years' time, what will be the it thing? And are we ready for that it thing? So that we don't take too long marveling in what we think we have achieved so far, and then we are caught off guard because we just took too long marveling in what we have at this point. It's a real great concern to say there is a limited use of indigenous language by government. And again, it speaks to the issue of mother tongue education. We cannot teach children in English and expect them to read in everything else in mother tongue when they have not been empowered to do so. So it's, you address it at the education level, to say that our children should be able to be taught in their languages. And my mind is taking me to somewhere else. Let me stop my mind to say, I mean, I have my son in my trick, and I try to say to him, to speak to him in the indigenous language. But even I'm battling, because he has no use for that language when he leaves the house. So we also are a problem as a society, because we do not speak to our children in our own languages. And the NDT, what has been the reception by the sector? What are going to be your indicators to say that you have achieved what you set out to achieve? And thank you very much, Kate, for the presentation.
Thank you very much. Honorable Vilakazi.
Thank you, Chair. On the presentation, the first presentation from the AIP, the presenter said that, she was said that there are people who say they don't know about AIP. But my question to her would be, whose fault is that? And perhaps it's not so much to be said at the people, it's to sort of look inward at the organization. It's what are your goals? Is your goal to be known by everyone? And therefore, how do you go about it? And I do think that, particularly with difficulties and the expense of publicity, etc., sometimes it's not so much always the point about being known. But on that note, I have to say, for example, I just saw the magazine Umbele for the first time. It even has someone I know very well on the cover, but I've never heard of it. So maybe there is indeed scope for improvement in how we make our publications known. And then there was also the point about the fact that a challenge is training people and then they leave. My view to this has changed over time, and now it is informed by a conversation I saw on LinkedIn.
Presentation they gave us. We appreciate that. I'll start with the MDDA. I didn't think I was going to up so soon. I was still organizing myself. Okay, I'll come back to the MDDA. Let me start with the community print because that's forefront of my mind. Of course, we know that it's declining, the community print and the target market that really reads this, and I agree with Honorable Podlan, is limited. Even I myself am seeing this for the first time, and I'm Shangaan. I'm struggling to read some of this in here, not because I don't know how to read it, but we don't read in our own indigenous languages every day, so it's difficult to even interpret. But it goes back to the point of, as a committee perhaps we need to emphasize this, the implementation of the Bella Bill. One of the key things of the Bella Bill is to promote indigenous languages within the schools and in terms of teaching it and children learning it, so that we promote our own. I hope that the government, the GNU, will find it to quickly implement this, and we will also emphasize that. But that also goes to, and this is the question to the lady who presented, what are you doing in terms of distribution? I'm not sure where you are distributing this. What are the distribution channels that you are using to ensure that you expand the readership, you expand the awareness of such newspapers? I'll give you an example. I mean, you go to the airport where we frequent, you don't find this. You'll find the Star, you'll find other newspapers. You go to complexes where younger people live now, you'll find other community newspapers that deal with those, maybe the mid-range and some of this area you stay. We know there are community newspapers, but where do you distribute this, and what other innovative ideas perhaps that you are looking at to distribute this kind of newspapers? Second question, what efforts are we making to attract younger audience? Our young people are reading, they are consuming news, they know a lot, but they are doing that digitally. And when I saw one of your sustainability pillars, you said it's the digital platforms, etc. How are you marrying this, using those digital platforms to put us coming back here to pick this up and maybe read the full story, but some snippets is in the digital? I don't know. Are you using the digital platform at all to try and promote these community newspapers that are quite important, especially for the younger readers? There was the presentation around, spoke about the SADC in terms of harmonizing communications with the continent. And my question would be, that was signed in the late 90s, but nothing has happened around it. How are we using a platform like the Pan-African Parliament, where you've got almost the whole African continent converging at one point? Are we leveraging on that to really promote and push and get some traction going in terms of harmonizing that information? You would have noted that the DRC crisis and even the Rwanda response has taught us that there are gaps in how we communicate at that level. If there are gaps, at presidential level, you see it when there's xenophobic attacks, how other African countries perceive and respond to what South Africa is doing, and we have to be constantly on the defense and trying to explain ourselves. So how can we proactively just make sure, using those kind of platforms, if you are, you will let us know, so that we build good relations across SADC and the entire Africa.
You've
And
even
lastly,
finished Honorable
it's been-
Solz's time now.
Congratulations to AIP. I saw 25% women-owned and all that. I was impressed by that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. MDDA, thank you for the Ulwas and the Nyanda magazine. On that, I would just like to know, do you do follow-ups after supporting them? And then, Chair, I don't know, I'm getting fond of the system that you've developed, which whenever we nearing the end of our oversight, the day we will meet with the staff. So I don't know whether that's the case today, but on that issue, there's an issue I want to understand with MDDA, because apparently there's a staff morale that is continuously low due to financial unsustainability and uncertain leadership. And then again, I would also like MDDA to at least give me clarity on the issue of their building, which is said to be overpopulated and it's not wheelchair friendly. And then again, on MDDA, there's the continuous litigation against staff members, Chair. Apparently they've lost 3 cases in this financial due to unlawful dismissals. I would just like to know that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Alicia?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to everyone in the room. Chairperson, allow me to take advantage of the fact that GCIS is still here. I just had one question that I forgot to ask previously. I see Mike is looking at me like, what are you going to say now? No, I just wanted to find out if they have like a rural strategy, right, to help ensure that the message of the government is reaching everyone. And Chairperson, I touched a bit on this one, and I didn't receive a response from GCIS. So when we've got like a policy of government signed into law, right, I just want to know how is GCIS going to make sure that the independence of our country is protected and that the freedom of speech from international interference is protected, and that the individuals, especially members of parliament, the commander-in-chief of the EFF was bullied, right, by friends of the White House, and he was labeled an international criminal. You can't have, you know, citizens, particularly members of parliament, who are labeled as such, and the country is quiet about it, you know, because that would mean that this country has got an international criminal, and we are mum on that issue. And maybe moving to MDDA. The CEO of MDDA used to call me for interviews and everything. I was wondering where she is, Chairperson Gandhi. She's a big person here. CEO, can you tell us maybe what is the MDDA doing in making sure that there is deployment of new technical skills in the industry? I know that you don't want people to leave. There is that, but I think the distribution, for instance, when we were at the SABC, there was a complaint about content. So maybe how are you making sure that, you know, there is a deployment of new technical skills in the industry? And maybe maybe do you have a plan to make sure that you stay ahead in the industry? Like, what plans do you have to make sure that you are leading in the field? And I think maybe that is all I'm interested in for now, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Subrathi?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me welcome the presentations that we've received this afternoon that further enriched the portfolio committee in another aspect, and possibly a neglected aspect of the media, and that is particularly in terms of community, and I think more focused on print media. One of the lessons I've taken from you, one of my learnings, and I wish to talk about, is what I perceive as a threat to quality journalism. That the current market and the current trends moving towards a very, very fast-moving digital environment of learning, the challenges, and people are not accustomed to, by and large, reading copious amounts of material. They would rather be schooled by a quick video or a small caption sufficient enough. And I see this interest, particularly in print media, as a challenge towards investigative journalism. So my question, maybe, I'm not too sure if this is for MDDA, is how could we incentivize journalism being taken up as a profession and ensure that it is not lost against the backdrop of the emergence of AI, where information can be readily available on alternative platforms, of course against a very highly digital environment. So my first concern is the threat to journalism, and then what's our duty to respond to that. I hear a plea from MDDA for funding particularly for print media, against a highly digital environment. And we've heard the President speak about this last year and again this year in his 2025 address about creating and investing in a digital ecosystem. And part of what this committee's KPI is to support the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies to create this digitally connected environment, and this is a reality. So against that reality that we are on one hand trying to drive, the question then I have to ask is, what is the trajectory of print media? How do we see it going? Have we done any researches? Because we want funding for that. But where is it going? We want to, as a committee, ensure that Ogogo sitting in one rural area is able to access information on a tablet. Will she want to then read the newsprint? So we want to have a conversation surrounding this. I'd like to understand whether there will be a place down the line for print media, which is what I'm seeing there's a call for. And against the backdrop also, Chairperson, that print media, like television, conventional television, and we heard that in SABC, much of its revenue that comes from advertising has been lost to OTT platforms. So that cross-subsidization is going away, and it's fast going away, being taken away by OTT platforms and other platforms. So they're competing for an advertising budget that is shrinking. So we want to have a maybe a reflection upon that. AIP, how do you, an association of independent publishers, so how do you regulate yourselves? How do you self-regulate? Are you self-regulating against issues of about issues like ethical journalism, about competing for that advertising space? How do you regulate yourself? Because against that backdrop, why I'm asking this question, we need to understand there is a concept of misinformation, disinformation, and we do not want to grow an aggressive media market that is unethical. We want to have responsible, ethical media. So the question is, are you regulating yourself? Do you see a space to it? When do you think, are you going to have that conversation? Let me, and maybe for AIP, how do you complement or supplement the responsibility about communicating the work of government? You've heard here this morning, the committee making a plea to GCIS that we need to ensure all South Africans are informed. How can AIP partner with government to contribute towards that end game, towards that end result, beginning with the end in mind? The end is an informed citizenry. How can you play a part in that? And finally, Chairperson, on the AIP Digital News Fund, will this 113 million, I think it is, 14, will this influence independent ethical journalism, the fact that someone is getting some money? That's the question. The second question is, are there any strings attached to this funding from the principal funder, Google? And how will this process of allocating funds be overseen? And more importantly, in terms of the President has spoken about building an inclusive economy. And building an inclusive economy necessarily means that historically disadvantaged individuals must be able to have a say and access the economy. How will this fund, or what checks and balances can we ensure are put into this fund so that it is able to achieve this end objective of building an inclusive economy? Because I can see there's quite a bit of startup funding for new media, want to enter the media market. There is that. So ideally, I'd want to see an aggressive marketing campaign to say to us, this fund is allocating 30% of its funding for previously disadvantaged individuals, so we build an inclusive economy. Chairperson, I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, members. So just one or two things. The GCIS, I know you didn't have time to present your presentation. I'd just like to remind you that we need an audit, a full breakdown of which department is spending where. I saw that you tried to do something for yourselves, but we need that information per department. So we are very clear on who is not doing what is expected to be done. I wrote it on my note here, is the audit of deviance. Then I'm interested to find out from MDDA, from AIP, everybody, why are we engaging in this fight to revive and sustain community print media? I mean, I listen to AIP, but there's been a shift to digital audiences. You speak of the challenges, and I think maybe linking to Honorable Bodlani's question, you speak on the challenges, and I'm not sure about the dwindling interest. Somebody spoke here about the attention economy. Do people want to even read, printed stuff? Linking to my next question, which then is about the fund. Can I understand the exact use of the fund? So is it to move print to more digital, or you want to supplement? Again, because I need to understand why we are doing this. Does community print media not have the same problems of authentic measurement figures as community radio does? Because I'd love to know how you are getting that right there in order to be able to attract advertising. MDDA, last time we spoke, CEO, you spoke about thinking towards an online strategy for community radio. And I think you were looking at bundling, how you sell community radio, but maybe community media in particular. So if you could just give us an update on that. The chairperson of ICASA was discussing with Nadia now. Chairperson of ICASA says that they are opening licensing for community radio stations again in June. Do we need another community radio station? Please, and then if so, I think Nadia's point to me was, how are we even looking at how we do this? Is it still geographical? Is it interest? What are we doing so that those licenses are quite targeted? Kate, I'm worried about the issue that Honorable Subrathi raises around influence. I think just this morning there's an article doing the rounds about a National Endowment Fund for Democracy of the United States, which amongst others was funding Mail and Guardian, I think at some point Daily Maverick, I don't know. I hope what I was reading is not misinformation. So again, Honorable Subrathi's point that the independence in this, we live in strange times. I'm sure I would not have asked you this, 2 years ago. But you can't dismiss, firstly the geopolitical issues, but also, the threats against our sovereignty that we've had, and obviously what then that means for media freedom. So if you could please just give us comfort in that regard while we congratulate what you're doing. And then have we resolved the issue in community print around Baba Tunde's advertising, lost love, you come, I remember there was a point that there was a time where community print was taking those ads. If you want your lover back, call Baba Tunde. I won't give other examples. You know what those those advertisements say. So have we resolved that issue? Thank you. Can we start then, colleagues? It's 3:30. 4 o'clock. We must be done with the discussion. Because we still need to listen to Pensilb and then wrap all of this up with reflections from the panel that Dr. Skinner is going to facilitate. So can I start, maybe start with yourselves, Kate, with the AIP, and then we'll move to MDDA, and then GCIS. I think those were the three presentations. I'm not leaving anybody else. Yeah. Yes, please, ma'am, if it's okay. Thanks.
Colleagues, thank you very much for these absolutely excellent questions. They are definitely challenging, but I think spot on. So the first question was around, does AIP have a rural presence, and kind of where are AIP's offices? And I want to say that absolutely, I think that if you look at media around the country, the only other entities that actually really have a digital presence is, of course, SABC Radio, and then of course community radio. But AIP has incredible presence in terms of all sorts of different publications all over the country. And in fact, what we're doing now is putting together a map, and you will be able to see exactly where those particular publications are. In terms of offices, I just have to talk very briefly about the way that AIP works. We have amazing publishers all over the country. So we have an office which we get for free, which is from Media 24. We've had that office space, and it's something we really value, being given that. But where the presence is in those committees all over the country. We have chairpersons in 8 of the provinces. Why it's 8, not 9, is just because 2 provinces, Northwest and Northern Cape, just have one chairperson. So I think that just hopefully answers that question. There was a very interesting question then about, just the decline. And I think that what is really important to say is that actually if you look at the print sector, it fluctuates a lot. So if, for instance, you looked at COVID, I mean, we had approximately, I think it was 204 publications before COVID. And then almost all of those publications stopped printing during COVID. But then they came back to life again. Once they had a bit of advertising, once they were being able, then there were, people could distribute them again. So there's this constant fluctuation, and when there's money, when there's advertising that comes in, it's amazing how those publications are then able to be out there and be distributed. So I think that's an important point. AIP. Why do people not know about you and know about your publications? And is it an issue? It's a brilliant question. Yes, we absolutely have to be known as AIP. Because if people don't know who AIP is, then people are not going to support us. We are not going to get that kind of funding in. We're not going to be able to do that kind of training. The fact that people started to know about AIP allowed us to work on this independent fund. And with our publications, what we need to do, and it's really critical, is those individual publications need to market themselves so that then audiences know about them and they know about their real value to those audiences. So again, a really great question. Okay, next one is people leave. Oh yes, the challenge about people leaving, and I think that it was a very powerful point that Anetta made about the fact that we train huge amounts of journalists who then go into the mainstream media. We love doing that. It is great that we do it. Obviously, it's sore because when you have trained somebody up and you don't have a lot of resources yourself, and now you have to train and retrain. But it is absolutely correct. As the Honourable Member said, that is something that we see absolutely as our role. But of course it feels difficult when that happens, and that's why we need a lot of training money coming into the sector. Then some very interesting questions about this fairness. How are we going to make sure that this fund actually assists everybody? So you don't just have a few publications, maybe wealthier publications, getting that money. And then the very critical question about inclusivity. Colleagues, this fund is all about ensuring that those publications that are in the rural areas, that are indigenous language publications, that are the smaller publications, the more marginalized publications, will get funding. And we are writing those funding policies, which the fund will use, in order to specifically ensure inclusivity. We also have said to Shikalulu Social Investments that are running that fund, you have to help our members apply. You can't just leave it up to chance, because, I mean, why would our members know how to fill in an application, fill in a whole big funding application? It's super complicated. I know, I struggle myself when I have to fill in all these huge application forms. We will make sure that there is support to publishers to do that. And just to say that what we're calling for is individual publishers to come, but also groups of publishers to come. And I think that is also about some of the things that I think are very interesting about this fund. It is about collective infrastructure. So for instance, if you can get somebody to build out a number of websites, or to use AI in very exciting, interesting ways, which you need when you have got not a lot of capacity, this fund will allow for that. And so there will be a lot of, so in a nutshell, there'll be a lot of support to ensure that all of those different publications have the ability to apply and get the funding. I think that that's a really critical point, and thank you for asking that. Again, very briefly, young audiences. How do you attract them? So we have a number of publications that are youth-focused, and I think what is interesting is that some of our publications are online only. They're on social media, etc. And of course, that's where young people get their media. But I also think what is interesting as well is to say that what we're really looking at is a huge diversity of publications out there. And what we're looking at is that publications are multi-platform. So you will always have, and I have to say that I have really been convinced by my members, and thank you, like Aneta, Duni, Eric, you said to me, print will always be there. There will always be an audience for that. But that doesn't mean that you actually need to also have a website, be on social media. You need that multi-platform. And I think that is what is exciting about this fund and the work that we do as AIP. Then, oh yes, there was a very interesting question for GCIS, which I'm going to quickly answer. There was about your rural strategy to get information out. I have a fantastic answer to that. I think that what you're needing to do is to use our rural publications to get that information out there. And you need to translate that information and put it into indigenous languages. You need GCIS colleagues, please, you need our publications to get that message out there. So I just want to, so thank you. I think I've answered your questions. And then, let's quickly move on to anything else. Yes, very interesting questions about ethical advertising and just general kind of ethics. And how do we regulate ourselves as AIP? Again, super important. We have to be trustworthy. Otherwise, why should you be supporting us and supporting our publications? And I just want to mention two things. All our members need to be members of the Press Council, which means that they all adhere to an ethical code. They are also members of the Advertising Regulatory Board that also has an ethical code. And so because we are part of those organizations, and we try to do as much capacity building and hold as many workshops as we possibly can with those organizations, and we need to do more. And thank you, colleagues, for just emphasizing that. But I think that because they are part of those organizations, we can fulfill that kind of ethical role. And also just to say, colleagues, often there's a sense that print media is not regulated. I don't think that's correct. I really don't think that's correct. We have the Press Council. We have to adhere to the Press Council's regulations and ethics code and ARB. So to say that we're not regulated isn't actually correct, because in fact we are. And as AIP, we also look at the publications that come to us and we see whether they are following an ethical standards, that they're established, that they're producing good content, that it's public service content. We look at all of those things before we agree to a publication being a member of AIP. I'm very aware of time. Let me just see if I have answered any other very important questions. Oh, very important question. And thank you, Chair, for I mean, you said it right out there. You know, do people even want to read community media? I mean, is there a market for community media? And I want to say that there absolutely is. And I think that it's really interesting if you look at the international statistics. Where is media growing? Internationally, local media is growing internationally. It is, I have to say, I think this is the new sector. This is going to be the center of where media is going to be, because where do you want to counteract mis and disinformation? At the local level. Because you can see, is this true, is it not true? You are speaking to people that you trust and that you know. And I think that is just an absolutely critical point. So yes, I do. I think there's a huge market for community and for local media and for community of interest media. And I think that is what we need to build, and we are going to build that with this fund. And that is, I think, is very exciting. Is there anything else? I think that, oh, and then there was one thing about the fund. What is the fund doing? So I just want to say, and this is my concluding comments, Chairperson, I promise you. What is this fund about? This fund is about taking publications that have just a print presence and no digital presence, but also publications that have some digital presence, some that have got a fantastic digital presence, and it looks at every single level. How do we take publications and ensure that they deliver the best quality news and current affairs to their audiences? And this, but in a sustainable way. And I think that what we have to do, and I love the questions that people will ask, like, so what is your vision? Our vision, what is our vision? And I was speaking to my chairperson, Anetta, about this. Our vision is for a local media sector across the entire country, in all our different languages, in all different forms, that is vibrant and that is holding power to account. Power in government, power in the private sector, power in civil society as well. Power at all those levels. That is our vision. And we are hoping that the fund will be an amazing set of steps to get there. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you very much to you, Kate. As Ms. Hu comes up, I do want to say that, Honourable Members, Honourable Shongwe, we did discuss the issue of a staff engagement with MDDA and decided not to put it in this program because I think we needed a full day session with MDDA. But also we need a structured way of dealing with some of the issues at MDDA. You remember in our last meeting, the Deputy Minister was also briefing us about court cases and governance challenges and what. So that's why that is not there. With that being said, I want to then protect the CEO and request that she doesn't speak to the staff issues. We'll deal with them on a different platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, I have two questions which I would like assistance from the floor. One is the question by Honorable Sobrati relating to how we are reinvesting and getting journalism interesting. I thought I would lean on Mepatiswa Magopeni, who's the new executive director at the Press Council. I think should be best suited to answer that question. From the MDDA, Litabo will answer on the question relating to the AIP, rather on the AI and when we plan to publish that report with some bit of context of the work that we have done thus far. I will then go through all of the other questions, Chair. On the office space issue, I will leave out the issues relating to staff. Is that the MDDA is currently at the SABC building, which members visited. And there were concerns, and I think the state of the building has areas that we need to look at. We are in the process of looking at alternatives if needs be. We've established a committee that's got staff members included so that we are able to find a suitable place. While we are working through that, the board has been able to approve a hybrid policy to enable us to work with the conditions of the building that the SABC has. I must say that it was central, and it has all of the other challenges, but also there were some benefits with having the MDDA there. Chair, I will then move to the question asked by Honorable Siklo on deployment of technical skills, capacity building for community media. I think this is one of the areas the MDDA has sought to focus on in us trying to ensure that there's sustainability in the sector. While we have programs that we are currently running in partnership with other entities, we do have very limited funding available to provide training. But in the previous in this previous calendar year, we were able to carry out an accredited training, technical broadcast skills, and we are hoping that we will build on this foundation to develop skills within the sector. Additionally, I don't want to be too forward, but I do want to mention that we are in discussions with the MIC CETA to establish a relationship that will enable us to offer community media practitioners, both in broadcast and publishing, skills that are accredited. And I'm hoping that we will be able to start implementing that program starting from the 2025-26 financial year. Chair, I also want to then answer the question that you have asked specifically. One is the MDDA had spoken about the digitalization of the sector strategy. Chair, I want to say that the board of the MDDA has approved the strategy. We have the relevant support from GCIS to work towards implementing this strategy, considering the framework in which we are operating within. We are also looking at collaborating with Centec, with some of the digital tools that they already have, which we are looking to build this hub on. And in due time, Chair, we will then be able to present the digital strategy and publish it for the members of the public and also stakeholders within the sector to comment on, or even possibly assist in us implementing this. So I think very exciting times coming ahead in how we move towards the digitalization of the sector. Chairperson, I think McCade answered the question on why we still need community-based publishers. I would also just like to emphasize the point that where we are currently, very few media publications broadcast in indigenous languages. And also, we still have a challenge in the country where there are many community members whose sole source of information is these print publications, as well as the community broadcasters that they have. Chair, I will quicken to also move to your question. Do we need more community radio stations? I think this is a question that we should bring ICASA on board as well. But in a previous engagement with entity oversight for the MDDA, we have agreed that there is a need to identify what media diversity means and whether we have reached the maximum media diversity in the number of publication or number of broadcast. Chair, I want to say that there could be a great opportunity here for GCIS to make a commitment that if we go 50-50, there could be some funds available and we can commit to delivering this research in the upcoming financial year. But I think the questions are valid, and that we will continue to engage with ICASA to understand the gaps that we have identified in the market, wherein we are placing or would be licensing the new cohort of community media, understanding the limitation in resources to support those that exist, and what we are striving towards, which is sustainability within the sector. There was a roving mic. If I can just ask that it please moves towards that Patisa, please, I will appreciate it. While I just move forward to answer, I think the last question. One of the questions is, no one knows the MDDA until they have to come into contact with the MDDA. Chair, I think I'll take that as feedback and say that it is important. We've got the teams at the MDDA that deals with communications, and brand awareness is one of the key areas of work that we need to do. And therefore, Honorable Sithole, I think what we will do as an agency will embark on a journey where we are lifting or creating and building brand awareness on the MDDA, our work and our role specifically in community media. Chairperson, without taking the powers from you, you will please indulge me. Allow Ndatele Thabo and Mepatisa, we can start with Mepatisa and Letabo can conclude. Mepatisa will answer the question on how are we ensuring that there's interest within journalism in the country. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, MDDA CEO, and thank you, Chair, and the committee. Just a direct response to the question. I think the problem with the rapid change.
Sorry, Sis Pat, can we ask you stand, please?
Oh, sorry, Chair. I think the biggest problem is the rapid changes that have taken place in the media landscape and the failure of the sector to adapt to the changes as soon as they started, because we are now trying to play catch up. One of the things that have happened in the sector, it's the decline in the investment in education and training in journalism. Universities are shutting down journalism departments, and we don't know why. There's several of them that have shut down journalism departments, and those that still retain them have shifted towards media and communication studies and not journalism. So this is one of the problems that we're experiencing as a sector. But you still have those that are carrying the flag in ensuring that we still have the skills that we require as a sector. And the second part would be how we uphold professionalism and ethics in the sector. And I think Kate has made reference to the press code and the BCCSA code that we have to adhere to as a sector. And in particular, the press code and the press council, which is led by 3 judges, retired judges, does adjudicate on matters that relate to public complaints. And we are ensuring that there's adherence to the press code and ensuring that the public is treated fairly by the media. To the extent that we have had members expelled by the press council, that's how serious we take our responsibility. And that was late last year, when one of the biggest media groups in the country was expelled because it didn't think that it was important to comply with the outcomes of the appeal process. So that's what we try to do. And the third one would be strengthening the business model of journalism, because with the disruption that has come with digital technologies, we have seen how audiences are all over the place. Disintermediation means that people have other sources of information other than what we provide. But what distinguishes journalism is that we rely on verified information. So that is the core tenet of journalism. And what has happened is that it has become the responsibility of the sector and not the training institutions to ensure that we retain the skills in the sector. And the Editors Forum will tell you how we galvanize funds and run workshops to ensure that there are skills in the sector. And it's an awkward situation where you have employees of the sector trying to make sure that the sector has the skills and not the owners. It's a very awkward arrangement, but we have taken it upon ourselves to ensure that the sector has the skills that it requires. I think the biggest challenge, and this is a bugbear for me, is that the current theoretical frameworks, even where journalism is still taught at universities, the frameworks that are used for journalism education and training assume that cultural contexts of different countries are the same, and that therefore the application of journalistic principles is universal, which is not the case. Our journalism is not grounded in African thought. We are using intellectual installations that come from the West and other countries that are devoid of the context in which we find ourselves as a country. So these are the biggest things that we are dealing with as a sector. But it does require a conversation with higher education institutions to ensure that our journalism training and education is relevant and that it addresses the issues of development in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Sis Pat. Yes, Peter.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. So the draft report is still rotating internally for review. It will be ready by the end of March. But just some key takings for us is the issue of upskilling so that the sector can meet the demands of this changing sector. There's also a serious need for the development of regulations for the use of AI, for the ethical use of AI in journalism. And then just lastly as well, developing tools that are culturally sensitive for the preservation of African languages. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that comprehensive response. I think the last response is from the GCIS. You guys have presented 4 times, ne? So anything you have not said now. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The question around AU, I think it's not the fault of GCIS. So if members were to recall, there was a decision taken by the AU that there was going to be the establishment of an AU channel, a TV channel. So this would have been around 2002. And the decision actually collapsed because some countries went with this part of saying they wanted to control the editorial part of it, which never actually took place. The second part is the SADC DTT channel, which again, it's still hovering around. But in a nutshell, what it simply says and what we have been doing as GCIS, we are participating at the level of ensuring that we have 2 things. The first, we ensure that we harmonize. We ensure that we assist African countries to have a similar setup that we have, including ensuring that MDDA is a leader in terms of the thought process on the African continent, because that's part of what we should be doing. In the same vein, members, Brand SA should be able to do that. Yes, they've done very well. If you look at the Brand Egypt now, they came to Brand SA to actually study, and then they establish a country brand. But I think there's more that we could be doing, because the last meeting that GCIS participated in at the level of the AU, it was in 2015. So some of the decisions are taken beyond the level of GCIS, but where we are given a space, we participate and lead. Then on the question, I think I'm covered by the question around journalism. Safe to say that there are countries who have proposed a number of innovations, such as having a journalism, what they call a rebate system. So if you enter as a journalist, or at least you intend doing it, so the National Treasury will ensure that at least there's a rebate system to ensure that we don't lose journalism. So why are we interested in this thing? For 2 reasons. Why? We want to ensure that we retain public interest journalism, which is fast falling flat. Public interest journalism, public interest media is one of the key elements that we need. The second part of our interest, colleagues, is that unfortunately, what we want to do is that we don't want a situation where pre- and post-democracy, the 2 dominant players that were dominant then are dominant eventually when we become let's say a digitized, or at least when journalism has been unbundled towards the digitization process. Why we are scared about that is that we will then go back with a media system that carries the same languages which was pre- and post-democracy, which is Afrikaans and English. So hence we have an interest in terms of how we actually ensure that we participate from a level of government, working with the private sector so that we are able to maintain and retain this public interest journalism. So I thought Those are the things. The other thing that we have also defined long time ago, any person who has access to something that is called a knock and drop, those ones that we see in our estate, that's not a community print. So we've defined, we've ensured that everybody understand that part, including socializing it within government. So thanks.
Very much. Honorable Sikolisa Kelish is not letting me get any thinner today, so thanks, let me be quick. So, Honorable Kelish, an attack on one is attack on all. We're a government communication agency. We generally are not in that space where we would speak on a particular political organization or individual. We'd speak it generally. But I hope the Commander-in-Chief feels very strong that that attack on us was an attack on all of us. And the measured response that David gave was a South African response, and it was not one that said we're going to take the attack on our democracy, our institutions, the people like our parliament, Honorable Adiko, and the people who serve in that parliament very seriously. However, we weren't going to go in the mud and drag ourselves. The measured response of our leader was, President, we will talk with you and we will have a discussion with you. So that I would respond to there, but none of us are going to tolerate that kind of attack on our institutions and our government. Rural strategy, Kate, yes, we do. If you're Honorable Tradition, perhaps when you have an opportunity, I rushed a bit because I saw time wasn't on our side, but the slide that speaks to community and stakeholder engagements, Honorable Tradition, if you look there you'll see that Moipeng's team, they do physical visits to communities, they drive around and that. So a big part of our rural strategy is around physical visits, community liaison and stakeholder engagement visits. Secondly, it's very much around the use of radio. And I think, Honorable Talisha, Kate, I need to go and have a look, Dr. Skinner, at some of the numbers. I'm confident that our provincial offices do use community print. Dr. Skinner and your esteemed team at the back there, don't be angry with me, but I'm going to say that I think perhaps we need to, Honorable Diko, I need to put a bit of fire under myself. I think print has not received adequate attention from our system and the districts as well. I'm speaking under correction, but I assure you I will talk to Moipeng and the team. I will look at what our numbers look like, and you are making a compelling case about the future of print. So I think we'll definitely look into that and see how we can use it better, okay? But obviously that's a whole matrix of things. The first one is the laws, Honorable Tradisha. When you saw the slide that we wrote that says we start in the cluster to make sure that there's a row on a cabinet memo that says communication implication, that colleague from education or public works has to have developed the comstrat there. But what we found to be happening, Honorable Diko, is a gap that we need to plug. Sometimes those colleagues either forget, it takes a long cycle through legislation. So by the time it gets 2 years later for the law, hey, they've forgotten that the strategy was developed and that. So we've got to tighten it up a bit because some of these things pop in the public domain a bit quickly. And then the colleagues off guard. But we're trying to ascertain where we can close the loop to be quicker in the cycle when a law or a public, act comes into bill that the colleague is quick. What we've done as GCS, Honorable Diko, we filled the space by producing material ourselves. So with the Land Act, I lost count of the number of interviews, multi-language interviews that Ms. Nukwa did. We did our own infographics. We wrote key messages quickly ourselves because we realized the colleagues in that team hadn't been on. Elijah and them from education basic side, you don't have to chase them. They're among the, what did you say, Honorable Diko? You used a word, I heard what is that, the truants? Or what is that word? They're not among our truants. We have our truants, or ours we can't get a deal out of. But basic education is not one. Honorable Souls, you did have one question that I can add, I recall. So look, I'm not a fundi, and Honorable Diko, we're not going to take more time. We can perhaps do it offline. But when we procure from a digital place, it doesn't say the Facebook of this place, the Facebook of, so one understands that when you procure, it's Facebook, the organization. So if a company has a Facebook page, they will also be part of that procurement. So what we procure through a digital platform, and it will be called Facebook boosting. And that would then mean any Facebook, I imagine. So, but I can check that. I'm not an expert on that. But just for time, we won't delve into it deeper. But my understanding is it will be for a collective platform when we buy things. Thank you, Honorable Dick. I think that's it.
Thank you very, very, very much. I'm not going to summarize this long discussion now. I think maybe when we close the meeting, I want to invite the distinguished people on the top table. If we could move to the bottom, we'll invite Dr. Kate Skinner, I think she's gone out, to lead the panel. Before she does so, PANSALB, the Pan-African South African National Language Board, am I right? Just for their presentation on promoting indigenous language in media, then we'll go into the panel session, which is our last session of the day. No, Honorable Potlani will kill me if I recognize your hand. No. Is PANSALB here? We will take the question in writing.
Good afternoon, Chair. While the other members are coming to the platform for panel discussion, I will just continue doing the presentation. Thank you. I don't know, because I did send the presentation. It's going to be quick. It's 3 minutes. Will be enough. It's Pan South African Language Board, PANSALB. It is a constitutional institution established in terms of Section 6.5 of the Constitution. Its mandate is revolving around constitutional values of human rights based on language and on the protection of these language rights. We cannot separate language and culture, so they are linked. Some of the issues that we are looking at, which we have to be very careful as a country, are issues of what is called linguicism, racism based on language, which is an everyday experience of the South Africans in this country. What is called linguicides, the continuous perishing of the languages, Chair, that is taking place on a daily basis. Even official languages, if you go to the Statistics SA, they are perishing, especially indigenous African languages. The issue related to what is called genocides that are based on ethno-linguistic conflicts. That is taking place in South Africa. If you want the potential and the threat for that, it's when we're dealing with the word Bangingulu for the Chitsonga language. The community was divided into two, which may lead to infighting, let alone cross linguistic fights that can come through. The conflicts, these are part of the Constitution, that this country is a non-racial and it is a non-tribal society. We can go to our statement. In terms of our statement, we will, because I just want to make two quotes of this statement. It's an impact statement of the Pan South African Language Board, where we are saying that an equitable, vibrant society where people are able to improve their social and economic conditions using their languages, Chair. That is our impact statement. So whatever the debates that are taking place here are related to that. I want to go to a quote, Chair, in answering this particular question which was asked here. Why is government communication regarded as inadequate? Ngukiwan Thiongo is putting it very clear, I quote, in any independent African nation today, the majority are rendered linguistically deaf and mute by government policies that have set European languages as the norm, as a normative measure of worth in every aspect of national life. I close quote. The example is for today. Every proceeding that is taking place here is only and mainly in English. Now, let me come to just the practical example of what I'm talking about with what is happening in this House, Chair. I'll take it as Parliament because you are here as a portfolio committee. GCIS, language policy, when it deals with public communications, it goes that to say GCIS will communicate in English, will use English. And then, whether you talk about primary publication, it's English. And then, whether you talk about the forms for funding, for African languages, indigenous languages, media platforms, newspapers and print and all that, they have to do that in English. I'm doing practical examples of what this, if you find this in GCIS, is across government departments. As I said, Chair, I'll be quick. What can be done? We have the legal framework, which include the constitution, the legislation, use of African languages, like use of Official Languages Act. We have language policies. But when you read through those language policies, all of them, the preferred language, the working language, language of record, a language of operation, language of business, is English. All of them, I have looked at 44 of them. I'm going to be busy with the 200 of the public entities, but the trend is the same, English. Then you cannot develop a language that you don't use. It's simple. It's an issue of an egg and the chicken. Which comes first? You develop as you use as you develop, Chair. So public communications of government must be in all languages in order for these languages to develop. When you develop a language, you must understand that you are developing the native speaker of that particular language. That's socio-economic development. You cannot separate a language to a person. There is no English that is working there, it's Xhosa that is working there, that's Chichangane that is working there. No. It's a human being that speaks that particular language. So the issue here should not share only about all these issues. It should be about socio-economic development of the people that I say in my quoted quotes, continuously marginalized people, not previously marginalized, because the previous part is on newspapers. I close again with what Ngukuwan Thiongo is saying. He is saying, I quote, make knowledge of an African language count in our dictionaries, in promotions, at universities and civil service. I close quote. In simple terms, no matter you can say you speak 6 languages in South Africa in public service, you are paid exactly the same with somebody who speak 1 language. So these languages do not have value, Chairperson. I close with that chairperson that you can only develop the languages when we use them. Ke a leboga, bayadangi.
Thank you very much. I think, yeah, I'm even afraid to speak English now. Basibulele, enkosi. No, but on a serious note, it's very important that we continue to prick not only our conscience on these issues, but then continuously look at how they're integrated in the work that we do. So we truly appreciate that presentation. I'm not sure if Kate is back. Kate, we'll hand over to you. You'll introduce the discussion. I think we agreed that you have 30 minutes in total. That will work. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Chairperson. So, apologies, but we thought that there was going to be a panel around Indigenous languages. So, obviously, the PanSalb input was super important, but we also were hoping that we might have some like short inputs then also from Patiswa and also from Hopewell Radebe from SANEF. I know that we have got very little time. I wanted to ask you if it was possible for them to very briefly just put a few comments ahead before my panel. If that's okay with you, Chairperson, and I realize that I am...
Kate, you're taking time. Okay.
Sorry.
So we are giving everything over to you until 5 o'clock. So you run it as you see fit. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Chairperson. So can I invite you, Patiswe, to come and say some comments? Okay, good. All right. Perfect. Thanks, Patiswa. Okay. Thank you, Chair of the Portfolio Committee. To you, Chair, Honorable Kusala Digo, and all esteemed members of the committee, heads and representatives of the information sector, stakeholders present here. Good afternoon in the graveyard shift. Credible and trustworthy information is what holds nations together, and languages are the mechanisms through which information is gathered, processed, shared, and consumed. And in that context, let us pause for a moment and reflect on this quote by the late President Rolihlahla Mandela. If you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to his head. If you talk to him in his language, that goes to his heart. And also linked to that context, the Bill of Rights in Chapter 2 of the Constitution includes these clauses in Section 16. The right to freedom of expression, which is the right to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas of your choice without interference and regardless of frontiers. And in the context of citizens, we're talking about the right to seek and receive information.
So if you go back to the code that I've just used, that should tell you why it's important that citizens are served in the languages that appeal to their heart. Inclusive, meaningful provision of useful, credible, and relevant information is not just an issue of compliance with the law, but a moral imperative centered on the preservation of human rights and human dignity. Safeguarding the right to freedom of expression and promotion of ethical conduct and public accountability by the media is the commission of the Press Council of South Africa, which I represent here. The press code is the instrument we use to keep the media in check and is available in 7 official languages. I think we're doing better than some of the government departments. And 5 of those are indigenous languages. It is a co-regulatory mechanism made up of media and public representatives and has key functions that are led by 3 retired judges. It has more than 400 member entities covering all media platforms, being radio, TV, and digital platforms. Community print media, through the Association of Independent Publishers, is the biggest segment with more than 150 member entities. But to the real issue now, the dire state of community print media and indigenous languages media in particular is of grave concern to the Press Council, as it should be a concern for everyone. The indigenous languages media serves the majority of the population in the country. It is the most intimate and the most trusted by communities as it speaks their languages and operates as a word of mouth. It's the kind of media that says, I heard it from my neighbor. I looked at the numbers that were presented here a short while ago as GCIS spend on community media. The spend on community print media is distressing if one looks at the drastic decline from 4 million rand in 2018-2019 down to just 1.3 million rand in 2024-25. Whereas other platforms have grown significantly. But most distressing is the fact that there is nothing on the digital segment when print has not died but migrated to digital platforms. And a point that we need to reflect on is the fragmentation of the sector despite convergence that has already advanced, forcing the media globally to have presence across platforms. The language around the media has evolved to audio, video, and text content that sits across platforms and not the platforms themselves, as we're talking about here, being print, television, and radio. But I was delighted to hear you, Chair of the committee, on Monday talking about the commitment of the committee to taking an activist approach in supporting the country's information and communications ecosystem. And in this segment, with the 2 entities that are represented here, and PenSALB and SANEF, within the limited time we have, we want to extract the most valuable information in order to assist the committee to make sense of the complex challenges facing the indigenous languages media in particular. Therefore, it's a discussion based on a Q&A or question and answer approach that will do better than just doing presentations. GCIS is supposed to be here. So there's no representation from GCIS? Okay. But I've got questions for you. All right, let me start with PenSALB. And I'm going to come to you, Sanef, and prepare for a question on who you are and what you do. Just briefly. PenSALB, we're seeing a rapid decline in quality and usage of indigenous languages across media platforms, both audio and text. So how is PenSALB addressing the problem as it affects the credibility and usefulness of indigenous languages media?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to answer the question from the government perspective in terms of the compliance. The Constitution, Section 4, stipulates very well that government must use minimum 2 languages. It's a must. It's an obligation. It's not an option. The second one, legislation. The Use of Official Languages Act stipulates that all national organs of state must use at least 3 languages. As I'm sitting here, in terms of the Pan South African Language Board, as of the position paper that was released in 1999 by Pan South African Language Board advising the state, that means including Parliament on this, that you cannot develop a language you do not use. So, if you do not use African languages as government, as I've said here, you can go to our report there online. I've gone through all the language policies of the national departments, 44 of them. As I've said, the language of business there in those policies is English. The languages of operation is English. The language of public or external communication is English. So you cannot develop these languages if they are not supported by government. And that is the critical point that needs to be addressed by the government. In compliance to the Constitution, in compliance to the very same laws that the Parliament passes. Let's go just to simplify this also with the SABC, which this committee has got a responsibility on. Reporters that speak indigenous African languages, as I've given example when I was presenting, are paid the same salary as those who cannot speak even utter a word in an African language. And these reporters are expected to do a report in English and that particular African language. It's exploitation. So until we see value through interrogating those SABC processes, we are not going to get the use of these languages. The last one that I want to comment on, which is a well-known one, which has got a cultural significance in it. That's what was happening in Parliament with Honorable Majodina. And that one is a really indictment to the speakers of the African languages. When an African is taking a vow or is making an oath, mna xa ndifunga umama elele engcwabeni, once ndifunga umakhulu awungeke udlule. I cannot interpret this one because it's me. When I say something, when I say a vow and say, I vow over my mother's body in a grave. When I go to my grandfather, who's an ancestor to me, then he will never pass anything to me, and that's the consciousness of an African person. Our parliament does not recognize that culture. These are the specific issues of the use of African languages, where we have to go into the detail, and I like what the chair say, into the consciousness of this society about these languages. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that comprehensive input. In addition to the question that you're going to ask, to respond to about who SANEF is and what it does, respond to this question. What role does the news media play in building a linguistically inclusive and empowering news information system, particularly indigenous languages media?
It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I think in short, very briefly, that SANEF is that organization of whose members are editors, senior journalists, journalism trainers too, and from all across all platforms of media, be it print, online, or broadcasting. And our main purpose is to make sure that we defend the hard-won freedom of expression and we promote quality, ethics, and diversity of South African media. We promote excellence in journalism and by fighting for media freedom, and we make sure that we write policies. We make submissions like we're here today. Thank you for the invitation, Madam Chair. And we do research, and we make sure that there is education and training programs to make sure that journalism stays strengthened. Now, to cut everything apart because of time, SANEF has got various subcommittees that will look into training, that look into various things. But one that we do that is relevant here, we call it media, community media subcommittee, which conscientizes SANEF leadership about the problems of community media. To an extent that for the past 2 years, 2023, 2024, we partnered with PenSalp, we partnered with the United Nations representative in South Africa from Pretoria, where we staged the seminar on indigenous languages and the media. And this is where we answer you, that we wanted to see how can we as so-called media play our role in making sure that the indigenous languages do not die, do not disappear. And so we held that a seminar, and the outcomes, I'm fast forwarding, we interrogated and promoted how we can elevate these indigenous languages through our platforms as the media. And then we interrogated the risks of failure to promote these indigenous languages. And the developments then, the key developments included that, including the press code from the Press Council, it was translated into various languages. So we had to start with ourselves, conscientizing ourselves that what is it that we are doing ourselves. And then we made sure that we introduced not just the several languages, but we had universities that were there participating. One of them, the Northwest University, decided that it will develop a new curriculum and a course that will focus on indigenous languages, journalism, principles, consciousness, what she was talking about, because a lot of things had been written or taken just from the West and thrown at our laps. And as we study journalism, we are studying what had been brought from overseas. So the Northwest University was taking that to bring the element of culture and African culture into it. So we've been working on it for now.
All right. Thank you, GCIS. The presentation that was made earlier referred to the twin mandate of GCIS, and I pick one. One being to provide information to citizens to enable them to improve their lives. So, the government's predominant use of English in communicating with citizens means a heavy emotional and cultural investment in English. As GCIS being the country's communications engine, how are you creating a linguistically inclusive information and communication system with regard to indigenous language?
Thank you for the question. I think it's safe to say that as GCIS, we're very aware of the need for us to comply with both the policy and the legislation. So in our strive to comply with that, what we've done is that in some of our products, for instance, we've translated the State of the Nation address in all the official languages. And we still continue to have a voice, and in fact, we could be congratulated for being the only media house in inverted commas, where we are also very inclusive in terms of publishing it in Braille, just to cover that constituency as well. But what we also then do, we have 9 regional offices which are represented in GCIS. So we strive to ensure that if you go to the Eastern Cape, we comply with the provincial, or at least the use of the official languages of the province. So similarly, if you go to KZN, if you go to that. But we'll be the first one to acknowledge that that's not enough. What we are doing, though, which is quite different from others, Chairperson, by others, it's the parties where she comes from. We make sure that there's content diversification before translation, and let me explain. We don't just take the language, or at least the story as it was written in English, and then translate it. We ask ourselves the question, using the research that we've shown members, what would be an African-speaking community like to hear? And what is interesting to somebody who speaks a different language? And that our translation services will answer that question. Because what we've realized is that there are people who will continue to say we cover all the different languages, only to find that it's translation. So ours is content diversification, which then leads to the translation process. But what we have said is that we are, it's a working in progress, because we have to acknowledge that we are not yet at the level where we wish to be. But to cover that element, we also then use direct unmediated communication with our citizens, owing to the fact that we are aware that we don't cover everybody. That's what we've been doing, and what we will continue to do to actually improve. Without boring you, if you look at the current APP, we are looking at ensuring that between now and 2030, the use of official languages other than the English should have been improved by more than 70%. That's our commitment that we've made even before the panel sat here. So we are doing something, and we'll continue to do something. Thanks.
Okay. You have the mic. Let's go to information disorders like disinformation, misinformation, and malinformation that pose a great risk to the stability of democracies and global security. If you look at the explosive growth of digital propaganda, what is your approach to protecting the country's democracy by ensuring information integrity through indigenous languages?
I think that's a difficult one. In many reasons and in many respects, because I'm a Zulu speaker, but I can't tell you what broadband is in my language. I can't tell you what DTT is in my language. So what we are then going to do going forward is to ensure that whilst we talk about, and then I'm sure you must have seen some of the measures that we've taken in place, including that on a daily basis, we issue messages of government in different languages. But like I said, we still fall short in some of the elements in ensuring that issues around disinformation, fake news are also addressed in different languages. So what we would continue to do is to improve upon those things as they come to our attention. But I think we are aware that we are an institution that must provide universal access to information, so everybody must be covered. The extent to which we do that is limited by quite a number of things, including the fact that we are limited in our editorial and translation services in terms of the personnel. However, there's some work that's been done to ensure that at the very least we have a panel of translators to cover the gap. And this we're not saying because we are seeing the honorable members before us. It's the things that we are doing upon realizing that we have fallen short in some of the areas.
Pensalp, the question that was in fact the part about lack of terminology in some of the areas that we are finding ourselves having to deal with. But we're also seeing the bastardization of indigenous languages with the advent of AI and other devices. So how are you using digital tools like AI to tap onto the communicative power of indigenous languages and lift their intellectual, economic, and political power?
Thank you. The question is complex. in the sense that it depends on the level of the context or the genre or the register of the language that you are going to be using in. It is proven by literature that there is no language that is incapable of dealing with modern technologies, as long as that particular language is given a space and is allowed to be used. I'll give you several examples on this. If you go to the farms across South Africa, where science is put on test and is practical on a daily basis, farmers are farming in indigenous languages. Whether they are white, they speak an indigenous language. You can go anywhere. We've done literature on that, it's proven that. The question then is, where do they get the terminology to produce all the food that we eat in South Africa? If you go to the factories here in South Africa, on the floor of the factories, people communicate in indigenous languages. They don't communicate in English. Then that brings a question. Where is this terminology going to be used? Because each terminology has a context of its own use. The terminology that we are talking about is the terminology of the offices. The minute, small clique of people in society. Let me be specific to South Africa. There's a term called interest convergency or material determinism in critical race theory or critical language and race theory, where it says that we have converge towards a particular language because we've got particular interest, but that interest is not serving the rest of the community. So when you talk about the terminology that is not existing, you are looking for a problem before you actually have asked the people to write those particular documents in their own languages, to use those particular machines because they didn't develop by themselves in their own African languages. You will not be able to name something that you did not develop. If we are an innovative country, we develop these things by ourselves, we'll name them according to our own languages. So where I'm going with that is that we need to breed a society where the languages are being used, where it starts at school, and then you will build the terminology. As you grow with that terminology in science, just a last example, there is a teaching of boiling water scientifically in lower grades. And every language has got words for boiling water, from how to boil water up to the extent of the degrees of how cold those waters are. And you will find in isiXhosa amanzi acholozayo. What is it in English? No. Amanzi acholozayo, what is it in English?
Singing.
All right. I'm talking about the terminology. And if you go to the brewing of Mkomboti, they will tell you that you don't allow the water to boil, mawabile. You don't allow them to be mawacholos, then you put them and go and do fermentation. That is deep science. What I'm trying to say here, until we go into our own way of doing things, we will build terminology. we will build. If we don't have terminology, why do we have terminology for cars and all that? How many mechanics who have never set a foot in school, but they can fix a car? And they've got names for each and every part that is in that car. So, who threw this particular terminology issue into us? We have to ask that particular question and be critical about it. So for me, for PenSAP, through our work, we have identified that there is no lack of terminology. What is lacking is the use of languages. What you start with is borrowing. If there's a word for that, you adopt it. We've got itafile from tafel. We've got istulo from stool. So we've got all these words. Why did we say we were not borrowing those? So the methodologies to deal with terminology issues, it's not an issue. Not at all. Unless otherwise, you're again trying to put a problem, not to advance the use and the development of these languages. Thank you.
All right. Sanef, I've got two final questions for you, and then we'll wrap. So it's going to be answered in one round. They are related. The point that you're making about terminology, how is it that we have the Bible translated in all languages if we don't have terminology? And two, I always have this word transfiguration. How are we able to translate that word if we think that there's lack of terminology in African languages? All African languages have an equivalent for transfiguration. Sanef, what impact does the training of journalists exclusively in English have for newsrooms, particularly that you end up relying on translations? And we know what happens with translations. Yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, it's been terrible, which is why we are going back to basics and making sure that it's happening. I don't see Usisi Slindile here, but she's one of the few who's producing a newspaper, for business newspaper for that matter, which has been online. She's now beginning to print it. And she's been working with many colleagues in KwaZulu-Natal, Boilanga, Isolezo, and they collaborate in making sure that they work together in the evolution of the language and giving it a business language. They work with the University of KwaZulu-Natal as well, Ongoye and so on. So there's been a lot of initiatives done by others to do that. We ourselves, through the pilot project we had, run by Chris Mklinga, where we were moving people to digital platforms, and we could only sponsor 15. And I'm glad that MDDA is going to be taking the digitization process. I'm sure they will not reinvent the wheel, they just take what we have done and plug in and evolve and move forward. Is that has been also the things that we are able to say, guys, now that we are getting into this platform, we are creating ability and capacity in your indigenous languages. Therefore, know that these are the platforms where you can plug the knowledge and don't try to reinvent the wheel. Know that there are institutions that are already working doing this. So we are plugging on those things.
Thank you. We have run out of time for this session. And once again, I want to thank the chair of the committee, Honorable Kusela Duko, and the entire committee for investing time and energy to ensuring that we have this crucial conversation. But as you would have listened, some of the problems don't require money, and some of them don't require legislation. We just need to think innovatively to solve the problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Sandile, we still need you for the next panel, which is on advertising. So thank you. Colleagues, thank you so much. We are going to have our final panel now, and I've just been told by the committee, and I hope this is okay with you, Chairperson, that we will go till 5:15. So without further ado, I want to start this most important panel. One of the key issues for community media is a lack of funding. So, you know, I mean, obviously there are a whole lot of things that we can do, but one of the key, which do not require funding, but if we do not actually focus on advertising and getting sponsorship and advertising into our publications, honorable members, I have to say to you, we are going to have a real crisis on our hands because a number of publications are closing because they don't have funding. And I just need to impress upon you the urgency of this issue. So we've got a wonderful panel to get to today. So we have got Arshad Saint from CAPRO. And Arshad, I am going to get you to explain what some of the problems are that you see in terms of advertising. And also if you could just introduce CAPRO. And then Sandile, after Arshad is finished, then I would like you to take over and give your sense of some of the challenges in terms of advertising. Also, we then have, and we're very lucky to have Moses Mutlane of Media and LAMS. And I want you again to explain LAMS and the work that you do. But over to you, Arshad. Thanks so much. Please explain CAPRO and the challenges.
Sure. Thank you, Kate. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Arshad Saint, General Manager of CAPRO. CAPRO is an organization that procures advertising on behalf of all the independent newspapers. So as Kate has alluded, and basically throughout the day, everything leads to advertising, and that's the survival of the fittest. It's the survival of our publications. It's the survival of community print. And hence, all the questions going to the gentleman on my left here today, because advertising spend is so crucial. Remember, let alone when advertising spend is depleted, the publications are closing down. When the publications are closing down, it means unemployment, which basically further puts South Africa in a very decline. Going forward, what I'd like to see, the biggest challenge obviously is the advertising sector, okay, with a decrease in advertising spend. Second of all is education. Education training is extremely crucial. We as a collective need to sit together and collaborate because the persona there is print is dying. Print is dying doesn't mean anything to community newspapers. Community newspapers are the heartbeat of the nation. It's the heartbeat of every geographical town. Okay? So it is us as a collaborative team that can actually bring the positive back in print. Community print, you guys heard it earlier, the case studies from overseas, there's great success stories for community print. On the other hand, the other challenge that we're facing is we talking about digital, we talking about social media, but how is this done in collaboration with community newspapers? Let's not discard community newspapers as a silo and just jump onto digital. Absolutely no ways. There's no synergy in media strategy. So when we talk about media strategy, we need to talk about the combination of, yes, your anchor is the community newspapers plus what additional digital platforms is going to get your strategy across to your objective. Thank you, Kate.
Fantastic. So we're talking basically about multi-platform and pushing that. So yes, excellent. I actually want to have Moses first before we get to Sandile. So Moses, if you can also just introduce LAMS and what you're doing in terms of LAMS. Thank you. And then, as I said, what are the challenges from your perspective?
Thank you so much, Chair, and the portfolio committee. I remember very well 1999, 2000. I sat in front of the committee the same way. It was in Ngengenkomo, Jom Jwaha from the portfolio committee. We were fighting for black media advertising. I was with Ngengenkomo, I was with Peter Wundler. It was many of us, and we were fighting for black media advertising. And this government listened. And I'm so confident that we will listen again. Because 1993, the decision with experience of radio freedom was that community media is critical for South Africa and for the new democracy. And the first radio station in Cape Town started this movement. And I think after our submission with the portfolio committee, just to cut the long story short, is that it affected Sowetan, it affected ALS, it's SABC, it wasn't getting advertising revenue. And as a result, I remember we even launched Sunday World, and the likes of AgriCluster were still alive by that time. But, and I think the engagement of the portfolio committee led to MDDA being formed, which we were thankful for, because then there was no voice for community media, because then the broadcasters and mainstream print were represented very well. And I think, thank you government for MDDA. And thank you so much, because when the portfolio committee listened to us and we represent, I ended up having to work for SABC, because then they said, you guys are making this problem, come and solve it. And I think thank you PenSALP as well, because then there was a challenge with SABC that ALS radio stations must be sold or killed, because the languages were useless. PenSALP came on board, the government made a decision to keep SABC ALS. And up to today, we are thankful for that. Our role was to make sure that Ukhozi, Palapala, Mhlobo makes revenue. To this date, Ukhozi makes more money than 5FM after that. So if we take a serious effort on community print, the results will be the same. And I think then we moved further, and then there was a challenge with community radio. And community radio also had a challenge, and thanks to GCIS, because you listened, because, so that's why I'm so confident. Michael, you are here. I mean, I think this thing to you is like a story. Is that when you complained about community radio, because then there was a challenge with them having facilities to broadcast, outside broadcast, and also take live feeds from government, then GCIS decided to have studios here, so that every single government official can come here and be able to connect to all syndicated radio stations. And thank you for that. And that's why Michael is talking about that. So it is a role of previous portfolio committees and GCIS that listened. Print was never had a voice. So your role as the portfolio committee is to assist the print sector. And the challenges of the print sector is, number one, the cost of printing and the cost of distribution. However, we realized that I think just to come back to just to answer that question is that community print, it is the backbone of any country. Go to China, go to Russia, go to US, and go everywhere else. Community print is the backbone of every democracy. Digital will not kill it, I'm telling you. The same way as they said ALS will be killed by new media, that's a lie. Radio will forever live, and print will forever live. Let me give you the stats. So
Moses, you're taking up a lot of time. Can you wrap quickly, because we need to move to Sandile, but thank you.
I'm going to wrap it up.
Yeah.
Is that, because I'm coming to the core of this, is that community print currently with audited circulation figures is about 5 million every week. So you've got 5 million newspapers being being delivered at each house every week in South Africa. You cannot ignore that medium. More than 5 million copies being delivered at houses every week in South African houses. Secondly, the retail industry, your Woolies, your Pick and Pay, tried to pull out of community print. Their sales went down by more than 45%, if I'm not mistaken, for them to be corrected. And they were not, they're back. That's why you see that all community newspapers are full of retail. And it is because we cannot replace the printed material. Now, the challenge that I'm going to ask you just
because I need to move to Sandile.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm going to move to Sandile. So then the request that we are requesting from I just needed to give a brief background because I'm
Sandile, we need to move to Sandile. Thank you very much, Moses. Sandile.
Yeah, thank you so much, colleagues. I think Moses has a well-represented government. Let's thank the government of South Africa, because I think sometimes we get confused and think that we started funding community media at the advent of MDDA in 2003. That's not true. So this function was done by the erstwhile Department of Communications. That's why if you were to do your audit, you'll find that there are community radio station, community print that had been funded way before MDDA was established. And we need to acknowledge that. In terms of, I think the challenges have been, they are well documented in terms of challenges but what are the solutions? One of the solutions is a policy matter. And I think we are seized with that, working with the private sector. At what point are we going to say we have reached the state of community media diversity in this country? Because in many other countries, they got what they have, and they're calling it in different terms, Community Media Diversity Index, where we are not running in terms of the numbers that you have. Rather, we are looking at the content that is covered. What then becomes the role of MDDA at that time, if we get to that point, is that government will have a responsibility to ensure that sustainability of community media, because we will not be funding any new media. We'll simply be looking at. So currently what we are doing is that we are in a study on the community media support in terms of the kind of support that we are going to do so that we ensure that this sector is sustained. I'll just give a typical example. At some point, we were making sure that when we supported community broadcasts, there was signal distribution money attached to it. At some point, when we supported community print, we ensured that at least the advertising revenues was flowing through. So we need to go back to that level so that we are able to sense. But before that happens, we should really be thinking about maybe it's about time that we do an audit so that we only encourage the development of community media project in areas where they are underserved and underserviced in those areas, so that at least we can cover the area. But we will continue to support as based on our figures. We'll also continue to encourage the rest of government to ensure that they support community media, as it has been the case before. But we will then advocate more on the side of community print. Some of the challenges, though, that we have is the proof of flighting some of the because remember the need for us to ensure that the money was utilized properly. We still have that, in the same vein that one of the discussions that has never really taken any fold except the discussion with AIP is about coming up with a grassroots AB or Audit Bureau of Circulation certificate to cover that element. And that's the discussion that we've had with AIP and AIP. And then it's going to take us forward in terms of ensuring that we purify the system first before then we can come and fund. Thanks.
Thanks so much. That's excellent. So I want to quickly move on to the recommendations. If you could, Arshad, talk to us about that. And thank you, Sandile, for taking us there.
So Kate, in terms of recommendations, what the gentlemen on my right have said, it makes perfect sense because it leads right into the recommendations. I'm going to speak and I'm going to ask questions at the same time.
Good.
So the GCIS presentation went through very quickly. You talk about the CEOs of the Big Five. You know, the very interesting to see is what percentage of that spend compared to the spend of community press newspapers. Because let me tell you, being in this industry for over 30 years, 1.3 million is a pittance for a financial year. Honestly, it's a pittance. Where we speak about what we've heard earlier on about spaza shop registration, that is food for thought, and that is meant for the rural communities. It is meant for the community newspapers. There is no justification. That business should just come through at once, okay? That's going to feed. When I hear about, and compliments again, you've put Eldos on the map. We hear about elders, we hear about the community radio station. What about the community newspaper? Where is the synergy between the two platforms? I think we're getting drowned with social media. So my recommendation is always don't discard what has been working for 50 years. We cannot ignore what has been working for 50 years. Tomorrow is digital. A couple of years down the line is something else. Are we going to ignore every platform? The question should be how do we enhance it? How do we take community radio, synergize it with community newspapers, synergize it with social media? Guys, it's the omni-channel approach. And I think that, Kate, is where we're losing out big time. Community newspapers will always have a relevance. There will always be a need for community newspapers. Thank you.
Thank you. So Sandile, and then I'm going to move to Moses, but Sandile, the issue for us, and it was interesting just sitting with my colleagues at the back, when we were sort of saying that, that there were statistics around print media getting funds, I have to say that when I looked at my members, they were all saying, really? Really and truly? So I think we have to have those stats broken down so that we can see which newspapers, which areas, which languages are actually covered, and we need that granular detail. So I don't know if you want to quickly comment on that, and then we'll move to Moses in terms of his way forward. Thanks.
Yeah, I want to comment on that and also then say, because we're HCIs that cares, we would obviously avail that statistics. The other element is that of good news. Through the very same GCIs, we now have what we call the Marketing, Advertising, and Communication Sector Charter Council. If you read the current code, it now obligates private sector companies to ensure that they place advertising on community media, both print as well as broadcast. So that's what we have done, and that's what we continue to do as well. Of course, I mean, the statistics that we have, it will come from us, media buying, which is the totality of our own ad as GCIS, as well as those that will be coming from our clients, who would be coming to GCIS for advice, and also that we run their campaigns. So we can avail that statistics. But the issue is, we also need to be very cognizant to the fact that we will continue to even improve our rate cards as GCIS and influence the greater system so that we are able to then make a greater impact. It's a start, but we have been working with the sector, and we'll continue to ensure that we fund this sector. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Okay, Moses, yeah, your final recommendations.
Just lastly from my side is that media works on, in terms of advertising, call it accountability. So you cannot place an ad in a media that is not accountable. So first and foremost is that the newspapers that we normally deal with is that the proof of flighting is very key. Number two, that when you say you are circulating 10,000, it must be audited as a result, because whenever government spends money, Auditor General will come back and check if is it true what you've done or not. So the responsible part is number one, from the sector first. Secondly, when I come to government, there's a big issue that we've been dealing with for the past 25 years regarding recruitment advertising. That in the past, it was, I don't know if it was a policy, I've asked this to is that there was a policy that all recruitment or jobs or tenders must be published in national newspapers. That does not exist anymore. Sunday Times reaches less than 100,000 people every week. Community newspapers reaches more than 5 million every week. So we need to change that. So if quarterly or every week government inserts all the jobs that government has in community newspapers in different languages, people will know where to get the jobs. Number one, digital. If you place an ad on digital, where am I going to print the jobs back?
Thank you. That's excellent. I want to, sorry, Sandile, I saw you wanted to quickly answer that, and then I want to wrap it up, and then I want our parliamentarians to be able to ask just a few questions. Yeah.
Just on this one alone, so as GCIS, we are working with the DPSA just to ensure that at least we do exactly what my colleagues is saying.
Colleagues, can we just have one meeting?
Except on, because we are also hampered by some of the regulations where it says SMS positions. It should be at national levels. But we are working with the DPSA to do exactly that, to ensure that at least we massify the advertising of posts at the level of, at the community level. So we can't even say community broadcast or community print, but that's exactly what we're doing. Now, it's still a discussion, but it's a discussion which is at a very advanced stage. Thanks.
Thank you. Super. So I'm now going to hand over to the parliamentarians to ask their questions. And just because of time, if we could just have one round of questions, and then we will get our panelists to answer that. Honourable members, yes, please go ahead. Well, if you can just ask one, we've got another 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Yeah. 3 minutes. No, you have 1 minute. Thank you. Brilliant.
Some of the insights that he's giving are assisting us to be able to then go back and apply on us. If you don't mind to just finish your thoughts, I would truly appreciate it.
Fine, we will definitely get Moses to complete. Okay, no problem.
I think there's one question.
Another. Please go ahead. Chairperson?
One question, but Chairperson, firstly, it's really, my focus is on PENSAP. And let me start by speaking as Koike, the first. And greet and first say, Ayo, in my mother tongue. And Ngoinke Ahuniki. That's greeting everybody. And I want to say that I think that we as in South Africa, we contextually don't understand the unique situation that colored South Africans are in terms of language. My father, who's late now, Jan Sols, was described by the apartheid government as a colored. I grew up Ashley Sols, a colored. I'm the blackest in the room, right? The blackest in the room. I looked around, I saw, no. I'm the blackest in the room. But my surname is Sols, and that's because of our country's history. And I grew up only speaking 2 languages, Afrikaans and English. But I grew up not understanding what is my identity. And that's because of the history of our country. I considered Afrikaans as my mother tongue because that's how I grew up. But growing up in this country, I was told that I'm confused because I'm considered colored in this country, that I don't have a culture, I don't have a language. But that is because of the history of our country, and we need to restore identity, because the greatest power of an oppressor is to remove your identity. And that is the situation that many of us are in. Only in 2023 October did I discover that I am actually Busman. I am from the Westelijke Komani San tribe, the Nunke tribe. And then discovered that Afrikaans that I grew up with is my first language, but my mother tongue is Ngu. And we have now 12 official languages, which includes sign language. But there's one language of the First Nation, the Khoi and the San, that's not official yet. And my ancestors is the First Nation. I want to thank Pencil. Firstly, for in their presentation, on their last slide, they used my language, my mother tongue. They used the Nama language to say thank you, Gangans. And then they used Ayo. Just correct it, please. Without the S, it's just Ayo. Remove the S. And that is thank you. But it was such a joy because now I know who I am. Before, I was told I'm confused. But now I know, as a colored South African and African, I am not confused. I'm interracially infused. I now know that I'm a biological prototype of racial integration. Every single 1 year, when you look at a colored person, they didn't have a name for us. So they called us colored. But when every race in this country looks at us, you can see yourself in us. But now we've discovered, and for us, we must focus on the development of our languages. The development of our languages. But we must remember that these languages are now almost extinct. So I'm asking Pencil to do more, to develop our languages, to develop the new language. Oma Katrina is the last remaining speaker of the extinct San language, the new language. She's 92 years old now. I'm closing with her. She's 92 years. And I think the only thing that is keeping her alive is her desire to see her language being spoken again. She started a school.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's excellent. But we need to close. But thank you very much for your input. I just want to check if there's any other honourable members that want to ask a question. Please.
Can I just close my sentence?
Yes, of
because
course.
This is not, that's how we've been treated before.
No problem.
So now, I'm saying Oma Katrina is a national asset. She's preserving that language. The school must be supported. And I want to thank Pencil for now going to help for a talking dictionary of the new language. The Busmanet Galandela. Salute.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. I also just firstly want to show my appreciation to Mr. Julius Dandile. I hope I said it correctly. Just like my colleague, Mr. Sauls, Honorable Sauls here, I'm inspired to come across a person who's still very passionate about, African languages. And the issue of us speaking languages, like our languages, I remember in Parliament even, we have been raising the issue of even having other languages, spoken, or having like the interpretation services in Parliament, but those are not available. And it's the first thing that this administration actually raised. I speak about this administration because I am part of it. But you find out that we're still struggling, which is an indication that maybe we're not taken seriously as African people. But another thing I want to talk about, there is a perception. I don't know if perception is the correct word, or maybe it's just, a perception that our languages are not appreciated by the people that speak them. But it's not true. And I want to talk about like two publications, right? Though they are not really community publications like Isolezwe. It's mainly in Durban, but it's available all over South Africa. And it's in isiZulu, and it's doing very well. The readership is more than 1 million there. That shows appreciation for our languages. And another publication would be Ilanga. Ilanga has got also almost 1 million readership, right? And it's probably just regional, because I know that it is distributed in parts of KwaZulu-Natal. So I do want to say, it's not true that we are letting go of our languages and we have no appreciation, that we don't want to listen to them, that they're not doing well, but it's just that we are we are fed this thing that, you know, whoever is feeding us want to feed us and our nation, these languages that they're feeding us, and they're teaching us and taking away from us, you know, our identity, because our language is our identity. But moving from that point, I want to come to Usis Patiswa, and I think I'm gonna pick a bone with you, not kakhulu, kancinci nje. So Usis Patiswa talks about how journalism is fading away. Did I understand you correctly? That it's fading, like, you know, the training is not as it was like previously. And I wonder if it is because, in my view, journalists are not grounded anymore. Journalists are, they don't have independency anymore. The newsrooms are politicized, right? And the gentleman of SANEF there, maybe he was not there when all these things I'm going to raise were happening, but we had a point in our country where journalists were digging dustbins just to get news. You know, they would go to the, you know, where politicians are sleeping, and they're digging dustbins to get news. And SANEF was quiet on those issues. We had SANEF mom, when journalists were personal and insulting, you know, leadership of political organizations. And we had SANEF quiet when journalists, intentionally so, were running a story, you know, of VBS, and focusing on the leadership of certain organization, and maybe 0.01% of the bigger scheme of things, of the 2 billion that was, you know, an issue. And SANEF was quiet on those things. So if you are saying to me that journalism is probably fading away, and I ask myself, are you not losing credibility because you're just not independent anymore? And you find out there will be stories of journalists who are influenced by leadership in government. They write, you know, maybe positive stories because they're getting money from certain ministers, right? So could we still be trusting people who do that to say these are credible sources of news? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable. Thank you. We will get response from SANEF and from PANCEL. I want to take one last question, and then we can get answers from everybody. One last question, colleagues. Any honourable members?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Let me just make a comment and appreciate the very rich conversation that's taking place here. And let me also appreciate the fact that what we have here is really a gift of the democracy we enjoy. And I think the colleague at the right alluded that, and so did the official from MDDA, that alluded that, you know, it is from GCIs that this entire language availability to us was born out of the 1994 democratic elections. And I think it's not a question of opportunities are not being available in the democratic South Africa. It's a question of whether parents are encouraging their children to take advantage of that. If one looks at the Bela Act, for example, one of the elements of the Bela Act it seeks to promote is that child has the right to be taught in a language that he is comfortable with. So the legislation is there. In the 6th and prior administration, this legislation has been there. The question now is, what choice do people, fellow South Africans, take? Do you want to forsake your African traditional language for a language of English? Or do you want to persist? It's a choice we have to make. We cannot blame the government. The democratic government for the past 30 years has created that enabling environment, and we must acknowledge and appreciate that. If one looks at emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence was able to do what it can do because it was able to pick up the mass communication which takes place primarily through English and through French. And you're not going to get AI so easily in isiZulu, simply because isiZulu is not spoken to, it is not in websites, it's not in other languages. So it's really up to us. The more we embrace our African culture and our language and we speak about it, not only at home, but in our communications, in our social media, in our digital platforms, we will then create a digital ecosystem that also embraces our values and our languages. I think the only AI, because I was trying to research that, is called Lelapa AI. I think in Sotho it means home. And I think we need to understand that it's really up to us. I commend the preservation of the language, and I think it's crucially important for us as South Africans to hold on to it. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. I want to give Moses a chance. Oh, sorry, Chairperson, please go ahead. Okay.
Can I ask that maybe we get last comments?
Fine.
And also from yourself, so we can. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Can we have the final comments, please, colleagues?
Yeah, I think to be fair to the portfolio committee, I'm just giving you highlights. I think from our side, it is best that we should find time through the chairperson, if the chairperson allows it, we do a proper submission in terms of how we see the industry and how it can be assisted. However, just on closing, the points that I wanted to raise is the issue of recruitment advertising, to say that South Africans are looking for jobs, they don't know where to find them. Number one, when you do it on digital, the point that I was raising was that if you put it on digital on my phone, I'm in a rural area, where do I print? I need transport to go to the town. I need to go to Postnet. Poppy Act gets compromised because then I must give my number, my whatever to those people. Then I must attach my CV. I must go to police station to do affidavit of my certificates. I go back to Postnet, I do that. Community newspapers can deliver those things much easier. We put it inside the newspaper, people can receive the job applications, SASSA forms, all the government forms can be inserted into community newspapers. It will solve a lot. Post office has got a challenge in most parts of the country. Access is difficult. Put yourself as a person in a township in a rural area, you want a job. How do you get it? Number two, tenders as well. You are in a rural area, how do you access that? Tenders must also find a way into community newspapers. So as a portfolio committee, I'm raising these issues because they are not just going to help government, but they're also going to sustain community newspaper. An average newspaper needs plus minus 8,000 to 15,000 to print, and they have to print every week. It's minimal, it's nothing. However, the assistance of printing a paper, carrying government message, like Pick and Pay is doing, it will save the sector, it will create jobs. So as a portfolio committee, we'll write a submission. However, these are the 2 points that over and above, the last part is the SONA speech. When we pushed on radio and television that radio and TV must carry the speech and government must pay for it, it was meant to sustain SABC and community radio. SONA speech put on all community newspapers will also save the newspapers. We'll do infographics and explain SONA and SOPA and all other speeches from municipality up to the president. It will save the sector. So these are the 3 things that if you can assist us with over and above the issues of departmental advertising, that we can address. But those 3 things are very critical for us that
Thanks.
as a portfolio committee.
Thanks so much, Moses. Excellent. Sadili, your last comment.
Thanks. I think maybe what we forgot to mention is that part of this cultural and language diversity. So as GCIS, we also then delegated that function to an MDDA. And if you look at the functions of an MDDA, it also talks about the fact that we are encouraging ownership of community media in all aspects by, historically disadvantaged individuals, as well as those who we classify as diminished language and cultural practices. That's why we find in the totality of all the different languages. So it is there, and maybe what we need to start doing is we encourage those people of diminished cultural and languages and it's indigenous and diminished cultural language groups. That's part of what we have mandated MDDA to go and fund. Thanks.
Thanks. Excellent. Yeah.
Okay.
Rashad?
Recruitment is a very interesting topic, and it's very interesting to unpack. So that's something that I think we need to have a sidebar with GCIS. Also, what's come out for me with regards to uplifting community newspapers. Kate, I think myself, you, and I'm going to rope in MDDA as well here, is to have our separate side meetings, because surely there's a lot of opportunities that are coming up here. Then I also think I'm zoning in quite hard on the training. Our publications, our independent publications, need to understand what a tear sheet means, printing on time, not lying about your printing. Those are all things that affect all other independent newspapers. So the minute one defaults from that system, it has a ripple impact on everyone else. So I think together with our three organizations, we need to sit together and just unpack this and take this forward. And definitely there's be some positive coming out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. So thank you very much. There was a very important question that one of the honourable members asked SANEF. So what I'm going to ask is Hopewell to actually respond, not now, but to do a written response, which we will then send to the Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you so much to my panel. And thank you to the parliamentarians for giving us this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Can we please? Kate, let me thank you. Let me thank Patiswa. Let me thank all the panel members who participated, I think, in this panel discussion. I was rushing you because you don't know when you are not here to protect me. These members called me a slave driver. They don't sleep for days. So it was important that we conclude. But our sincere appreciation to Mr. Hopewell Khadebe, SANEF, Mr. Julius Dantile, PENSALP, Mr. Sandile Nene of the GCIS, Mr. Mos Mutlane of African Chamber of Media, Mr. Deveshni Ramana Kapro, and Mr. Sandile Nene of GCIS. I don't think anybody's worked harder than you today. Members, I think we've carried some favor with yourselves over these last 2 days. The last time we took you on oversight, you were walking up and down in houses, on mountains, and all sorts of things. But we thought that maybe part of this oversight, we would put it together in this manner, because when you're in Parliament, you hardly ever get a chance to sit and engage ideas and thoughts and really the sector, because in a lot of what you need to do is determined by the rules, it's legislated, and we thought it was important that we do this. So I've said many times that we have as a team decided that we want to collaborate, we want to support the work that's being done by industry as well as the government entities. So thank you truly for supporting us in this regard. If we had had time, I would have said to SANEF in particular, maybe Kate, in that written response, you're advocating for advertising, you're pushing for advertising. But SANEF is silent when Minister Mtswaledi is held over the coals for spending 28 million rand on advertising. Granted, it may not have been community media, but you're silent when budgets are cut. You yourselves as media consider spend in communication as wasteful. So maybe when we get those responses, we can speak to that. Before I close, 1 minute each to the members. If you can give us your closing remarks, honorable members' reflections on what you would have seen, heard today. We can freestyle. Who wants to go first? Honorable Podlani.
Chair. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Chair, this has really been a fruitful day, a fruitful 3 days. And one of the things I would have wanted to say in the previous round, if you allow me, I'm going to say now. I'm sitting here with a document which is supposedly a toolkit for school learners to break down the Constitution. And it says that it is in Sepedi. I am Tswana speaking, but I am taught in Sesotho. You read through, it is a mixture of Sesotho, it is a mixture of Sepedi, it is a mixture of anything and everything. And this is on a government-funded project. There are people who earn a livelihood as writers of our indigenous languages, as editors of our indigenous languages. If government is serious about ensuring that indigenous language is used, is respected, then give those people who know the craft to do the job, instead of meeting something at this GCIS that has a mixed masala of Sesotho, Sepedi, Setswana, but it is meant for students. But otherwise, it's been a fruitful day.
Thank you. Honorable Stole.
Angibonge kakhulu Sihlalo. Bengithi mina Sihlalo abafowethu kade bemngaphambi nodadewethu bazoqala phela nabo bakhuluma ilimi zabo. Ukhona njengemzulu ukuthi ufuna ukukhuluma isiZulu kodwa uyesaba ukukhuluma. Manje ke ngaleyo ndlela ngithi mina uma sikhuluma ukuthi kufanele sithuthukise izilimi zethu, kufanele siqale sikhulume eqala ukuze sikwazi ukukhuluma ngendlela. Angithokoze kakhulu.
Siyabonga Jobe. Honorable Subrathi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, unlike the last 2 days, which was really hardcore technical stuffs, today was far more, I think it was far more enriching. We delve into something that's important and often overlooked, and that is the softer issue of communication, and we realize how crucially important it is for our people to be connected. We also got a greater sense of appreciation of the preservation of our language and our culture, and I think it allows us to encourage our culture. And I think what I also took towards the tail end of the entire discussion was, whilst we want to write off print media, we should not be very quick to, because I think the gentleman mentioned, Arshad mentioned that, community media is one way through which communities have been, community print media is one way through communities have been preserved and their cultures have been preserved. And I think we've heard that it can be used, this print media can be used as an effective way of distributing government information. So I certainly have been enriched, and I think we have a far more broader perspective of things. Thank you so much. Thank you for facilitating, allowing this to be on the agenda as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Vilakazi. Thank you, Honorable Subrathi.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's been a wonderful experience to be here. And thank you to the GCIS for hosting us. I do have to say that GCIS does a lot of wonderful work, but and I appreciate the fact that they highlight the positives. My one thought in my mind is that I hope it doesn't happen that you downplay your shortcomings to the extent that you do not get maybe the support and assistance that you need, because you only highlight what you do well and you are not focused on complaining, which is to be appreciated. I also thought the discussion on indigenous languages was enlightening and important. I would highlight, though, that I would just say that the representative from the language board, I think it's also just how we use the language ourselves. I heard genocide because of ethno-linguistic differences, and I know that there is a problem with ethno-linguistic issues, but I think to call it a genocide might not necessarily be encapsulating it correctly, particularly that word genocide, knowing its recent history.
It's horrible things that happen in this country.
Exactly.
Terrible.
But nevertheless, good that we got to have that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vilakazi. Honorable Elisha.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I'm tempted, Chairperson, with the 2 days I've been here with you. I think you might be a slave driver. It's been 2 days, this being a third one, but yo, early mornings and late nights. But Chairperson, thank you very much. This was indeed a fruitful day. Ndifuna ubulela man inspired nam ngendima pha ndiqhankqalaze ndithi iilanguage zethu mazihambele phambili. But ke ndiyabulela and ndifuna nam ufaka isicelo ku-GCIS into yokokubana ndicela basenze abantu abazingcayo ngoba bazame ukuba basi-encourage sikwazi uthetha iilanguages zethu. Ndibonile banalo iliso labantu apha xa ndijonga apha kulo ndabona into yokokubana they're diluting the conversation. So some articles are in Xhosa and some articles are in English. But mabathethe nathi ngelwimi lwethu. Xa i-English be English, uba sisiXhosa be sisiXhosa, uba isiSuthu be sisiSuthu. Otherwise ndiyabulela.
Thank you. You know, I'm being put in a very difficult situation because if I translate for Honorable Source, then he speaks. You are going to want me to translate for you. Okay, no translations. Honorable Shongwe.
Siyabonga, Chair. For me, Chair, I'm grateful for today, and I think you should give us this again, Chair. The closing was very, very powerful. One, it tells me what mistake is us, black people, believing in ourselves. And the core problem is that ikolo doesn't have quality education. Then we are forced to take our children elsewhere. They end up studying in English and coming back calling you dad instead of Baba. So the problem is the quality of education. It tells you what we have to do something about the education, as the Bella Act is trying to do that. As for me, thank you very much for GCIS.
Thank you, Honorable Makubele.
Mtshami wa xitulu hi rhandza ku khensa swinene hi ba mandla hi vuyelela hi ku ahe hi ku ayo lexi ni lava ku xi hundzisa ne i ku ma va bona u baba, and to your point about minister spending money with journalists, and I'm talking to journalists. Mababona ubaba umsholozi akhuluma isiZulu, they call it tribalism. How do we get over the point yakuthi when loko nibabula Changani and I'm comfortable ukubolabula Xitsonga xa mina, I'm not being tribalistic, so that we start to relate on a deeper level than English in terms of our values, our ubuntu, and in Ngu, in Ahe, in Siyabonga, Siyabulela, ubuntu is ubuntu. Ni khensa swinene. Ahe.
Ahe. Thank you, Honorable Makubele.
Honorable, you must be careful. When you said ahe, it sounded close to awe. Awe massacre. So,
please, can we have a new committee? I think this one is disastrous.
Honorable Chair, I close. One, it's important. Coloureds in this country are black in general and African in particular. Two, Khoi and San languages are African languages. As a matter of fact, the most primitive southern part of African languages. Lastly, let us continue and work more to support schools such as the schools that has been started by Queen Katrina to preserve the Ngu language and all other Khoi and San languages. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, thank you. Thank you very much for your contributions. Oh my goodness, Honorable Matafa joined us. Thank you, Honorable Matafa. So sorry. He decided that there was no way he was not going to make a turn. He's in the Justice Portfolio Committee and a member of this committee. So we truly, truly appreciate you joining us, Honorable Matafa. A word or two, even if you just caught the tail end. Thank you. And congratulations on Lam.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to everyone. This is the first time you'll hear this from a politician. I am covered.
No, let me thank the members of the Portfolio Committee. Let me thank DM Morolong in absentia, the leadership of the GCIS, the MDDA, all our stakeholders who participated. Maybe it's befitting that as we close, I do say what happens from here, because we didn't really come down, you know, just to sit and have an easy day. So as a portfolio committee, we think that today ticks a lot of check boxes for us on issues that we have decided would form the program of our committee. On the issues of looking at legislative policy and regulatory reform, on the issue of the funding, the sustainability and governance of entities within our portfolio, on the issues of universal access, digital connectivity, communication, all of that, and I think driving transformation. So we will be preparing a report on this oversight visit. It's a report that gets tabled in the National Assembly, adopted by Parliament, and then goes through to the relevant minister for implementation. And we then hold the minister accountable based on the recommendations that we would have put, because they stop being our recommendations, they become Parliament's recommendations. So when Bramos thanks the committee, I do want to emphasize that the beauty of our democracy is such that you do have institutions, arms of state, that are tasked with exactly to listening to what you're saying and making it part of the work of government. So amongst the things we're going to be putting in there, and I'll just say very briefly because the members are still going to discuss it, but what we've heard, you've spoken to the issue of the GCIS model being unworkable for whatever reason, including the fact that it's collegiality amongst colleagues. You've spoken to the issue for the need for legislation and regulation. Oh, sorry. You see, now this way made me laugh so much and I don't have tissues here. So, the issues around legislation, especially considering the legislation of the 30% and the legislation around government spend, advertising spend. You spoke to regulation, especially around the ethical use of AI and the OTTs and so forth. Thank you. Thank you. So, thank you. So there are a number of issues around funding, sustainability, inclusivity of the sector, whether it's community media, whether it is MDDA, and obviously all of the support that needs to look at issues of funding, inclusivity and sustainability. There was a big discussion around capacity building and skills development, both within the industry, looking at journalism, looking at the broader information industry, looking at government, looking at the executive. I think I also picked that up. You spoke about digital transformation. Again, the innovative use of artificial intelligence, the digitalization of the sector, especially community media. And we do want to say that we do believe, and we agree with you, that yes, it should be digital first, but not digital only. Because this government has been saying that you will leave nobody behind. So digital first, not digital only, accessibility. And then the final thing, and these are just broad categories that I'm speaking to, the final thing was around the authenticity, accessibility, and universality of communications. So to the GCIS, issues of ensuring that your communications is dialogues, interactions. It must not be, I learned something new today from Honorable Villaga's, development by events. So how do you ensure that you do that? Amongst the issues that were spoken about by members were your focus on rural and townships, especially the strategies there, ensuring again inclusivity. The issue of language needs no expansion. And then something else that I learned today from Usis Patiswa, she calls them information disorders. And I think also the issues of mitigating against online harm. So what is our collective responsibility? So we will discuss this. Obviously, the members will flesh out areas that they want us to build on in our report. But thank you. I can now call the meeting adjourned. Thank you very much.